angels came to take him up. All right, go ahead. He was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. When it said Yahushua was taken up, and a cloud received him out of his sight, meaning a UFO. All right, come on. To take him up. All right, go ahead. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven, a cloud received him out of their sight. When it said Yahushua was taken up, and a cloud received him out of his sight, meaning a UFO. All right, come on. To take them up. All right, go ahead. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven, a cloud received him out of.
One second, y'all.
As he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Yahushua, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner. The same way Christ, the Messiah, was taken up into heaven on the chariots, that's how he's coming back. He's coming back with the angels and the so-called UFOs, the chariots of the Most High. Turn around, Yerushua. He's coming back on those chariots right there. That's how he left, and that's how he's gonna make the second coming. All right. Acts 1:7. Hold on. It's the book of Revelation. Revelation 1:7. Good. Chapter 1, verse 7. Behold, he cometh with the clouds, and every eye shall see him. And they also which pierced him. Said he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him. Come on. And all kindred of the earth shall wail because of it. God said all kindreds of the earth are going to wail because when they see the return of Christ, some of them going to be tears of joy, some of them going to be tears of grief. All right, come on. Even so, amen. Say even so, amen. That's how Christ coming back with the angels. Chariots of the Most High. All right, coming with clouds. And it tell you in Psalms 104 that he maketh the clouds his chariot. All right, read what you got. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 15. Now as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth by the living creatures with his 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their work was like unto the color of a barrel. And they four had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. Right, like when you see the chariots, they show you that in the movie time. It'll be like a wheel, and then in the middle of the chariot, it'll be circling around. It'll be like a wheel within the middle of a wheel. You see that? You see them depict the so-called UFOs and chariots a lot of times like that in movies. And even when they make their appearance, it looks like a wheel within a wheel. Ezekiel, when you read Ezekiel, the whole first chapter, he was describing interacting with a chariot and the angels. That's right. Go ahead, Ezekiel, the first chapter. Good. Last precept. The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear. Come on. And shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. The reason why it says the strangeness of their salvation, Wolfgang, because people think what? You crazy if you talk about UFOs. That's why it's going to look strange to a lot of people, because they say, oh, you guys talking about UFOs, you guys are bugged out. So everybody going to look at the strangeness of the Israelite salvation. They're going to say, them chariots, them UFOs they talked about, look, they're actually going upon them. All right, come on. so far beyond all that they look for. So far beyond that people look, oh, the Negro, the black man, the Hispanic, he's just some Negro on the corner. He ain't going nowhere. But when he see the men of the Lord actually being beamed up on the chariots, they're going to look at the strangers of our salvation. Right. All right. And they're going to be confounded. Because they're going to say the little Negro that I thought was nothing is going up with the Heavenly Father and his angels. Right. All right. Come on. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit. That's it on that. Give me Revelation 11 and 12. Revelation 11 and 12. And give me Psalms 104 and 3. He maketh the clouds his chariots. All right. And that'll be the last two. All right. And that'll be the last two. Wolfgang asked some good questions, man. Good question, Wolfgang. All right. Go ahead. Book of Revelation, chapter 11, verse 12. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither. It said, the angel said, come up hither. Go ahead. And they ascended up to the heaven in a cloud. They ascended up to the heavens in a cloud. And their enemies beheld them. Their enemies beheld them. We're going to go up on these clouds, these UFOs, and our enemies, they're going to watch us be delivered by the Most High. Come on. And the same hour was there a great earthquake. So while the UFOs come to deliver the Israelites, there's going to be nuclear destruction on the earth. That's going to be that great earthquake. Like Isaiah said, the earth is going real to and fro. All right, come on. And the 10th part of the city fell. And in the earthquake were slain of men, 7,000. 7,000 just represents completion. Many men are going to die in the nuclear destruction. All right, Psalms, you got it? Psalms, you got it. The book of Psalms, chapter 104, verse 3. Who laid the beams of his chambers in the waters. Who maketh the clouds his chariots. Maketh the clouds his chariots, right? It said what? The chariots are the clouds, the chariots are in the Most High's clouds. That's why even a lot of the movies, they'll show the cloud and then they'll show the chariot coming out of the cloud. All right, that's how the scriptures is describing it. So it said he maketh the clouds his chariots. All right, and it said we're going to be taken up in a cloud and our enemies are going to be held. The Yahweh Shah and the angels going to say, come up here. All right, beat me up, Scotty. All right, but beat me up, Yahweh Shah. All right, kind. Like Craig Mack in the Flavor of Your Ear video. Right, we was being beamed up. You know what I'm saying? He was standing over and the chariot light coming down on him. He was being beamed up. That's all spiritual. All right, so that's how the Israelites are going to get up out of here. By Shema Mashiach Yahushua. So does that answer the question, Wolfgang? Yeah, that's the rapture. Yeah, the so-called rapture. The word rapture just means to be caught up. So where are we going to be caught up? On a UFO. Right? The word rapture is not in the scriptures. It just means caught up. You read the words caught up in 1 Thessalonians, the 4th chapter, verses 13 through 18. So that's what the word rapture just means to be caught up. So in that sense, yes, that's the rapture, but it's not, man is not going to come back down on the earth and it's going to be 7 years of tribulation. Once that rapture, once we caught up with the angels of the Most High, we are out of Babylon, America going to be hit with nuclear destruction, and the Israelites are going to be delivered and rule the world forever and ever. Amen. Right, good. And that's how we're going to get up out of here. That was the last one, but go ahead. All right, go ahead. Psalms 91 and 8. Only with thine eyes shalt thou see and behold and see the reward of the wicked. Now, only with our eyes, we're going to be banged up, look down, and see America burnt with nuclear fire. Say, by Shema Mashiach Yimshai, we got delivered from that. We're going to be looking down like, thank you, Mosai. The water that you brought me up out of that, you're going to see all kinds of flesh melting and everything. Done? Done. By Shema Mashiach Yimshai.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to our Shabbat class. Breaking news. It's a lot going on. Where do we start? Well, let's start giving all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh by Hashem Hamashiach Yahushai. Double honors to the elders, with all these prophecies and all these things going on, don't forsake coming together, you know what I'm saying, and gathering, we're going to get started. Okay, there's a lot to talk about, so we're going to get started immediately. Okay, starts off with a question. First, Fair Use Act. This video is protected by the Fair Use Act. A teaching moment. This is a teaching moment, thus being protected by the Fair Use Act. Let's begin. Okay, we're gonna begin with what does it sound like in space? We're gonna get into the sounds, sights, what people have been seeing in the skies, and what they've been hearing in space. You know, it's space. It's like a vacuum, right? But people have been hearing them things in space. And I think I played this maybe a few months ago when it came out, about 3 months ago, but things are starting to make sense now. You know what I'm saying? So with these so-called drones in the sky, you know what I mean? Notice the air quotes when I say the word drones. Notice how everybody's calling them drones, even though they don't act like drones at all. So how did we get here? If you ever read the book 1984, um, the author talks about, how to manipulate words, you know what I'm saying? And you can manipulate some things that you've been normally calling UFOs, unidentified flying objects, but now you're calling them drones because it makes it seem like everybody has a drone. I can go to Walmart and get a drone, but these aren't drones at all. They're not using the same characteristics as drones. Um, they don't look like drones. Uh, Drones don't stay in the sky for hours and hours at a time unless you got like predator drones and something that, high military grade type things. But we're going to talk about all that, okay? But first, let's talk about the sounds, okay? Please give me a moment. I'm going to set up our videos for the morning. Okay. Off top, let's figure things out, okay? What do you hear in space?
What do you hear if you're just out in the nothingness of space? You'll hear Darth Vader. That's a bad Darth Vader. Sorry. You'll hear nothing. There's no medium to communicate sound from any place in space to your ears. So what you'll begin to hear are things inside your body.
Right.
Another way to say it is the sound of silence is the sound of things that were always making noise that you never noticed before.
So extreme silence, okay? In space, like you say, you can hear like your heartbeat or the way your digestive system works. You're not hearing anything because there's nothing here. It's a vacuum, right? So this is 3 months ago, all right, on a Starliner. Um, Listen to these strange noises. Keep in mind, 3 months ago, okay? And at the time, you're gonna hear the NASA, Houston, we have a problem, not knowing what they're listening to. They're like, oh, we'll get back to you with that. Um, Fast forward, because people were asking questions like, what is that? They came out with a statement saying that it's feedback. Um, no, it's not. You know what I mean? Like, if they're just figuring out that there's feedback coming back from um, the Starliner station, then we got problems. You know what I'm saying? You guys should definitely know about this ahead of time, and the astronauts should be aware of this before. It had to happen before, sometime when they were in space, but it hasn't. So with the recent events has occurred, things are starting to make more sense. That's why we're starting off with this. So let's listen.
Got a question about the Starliner.
Houston's with you, Butch. Go ahead.
There's a strange noise coming through the speaker, and I didn't know if you could connect into the Starliner and let me let you hear. I don't know what's making it, but I don't know if it's something that maybe is connected between here and there, making that happen. But anyway, can you do that?
We can configure that, Butch. Give us a minute, and I'll call you back when it's ready.
Okay, I'm in Starliner. Okay, I'm gonna keep the mic up next to the speaker.
Copy.
I'll figure it out.
Yep, good recording. Thanks, Butch. We will pass it on to the team and let you know what we find. And Butch, just to make sure I'm on the same page, this is emanating from the speaker in Starliner. You don't notice anything else, any other noises, any other weird configs in there? Okay, thank you.
Something.
Okay, and we'll get back to this. More sounds. Now, what they've been hearing with these alleged, I'm gonna have to keep saying that, you know what I mean? Because I don't want you to get caught up in Esau's lies and propaganda. And I'm spreading it, calling these things drones. They're not drones. Okay. People have been sitting back, you know, minding their own business, and they've been hearing things in their house and going to the window, to the wall, and looking outside and seeing unidentified flying objects in the sky. All right. And we're going to go over a few known recordings of the chariots, just in case you're sitting there and you're like, what is that noise outside? It sounds like a drone. Does it really? Okay. We're going to put on before drones were a thing. Okay. But while we get that, let's go to Habakkuk chapter 1 and verse 5. Anybody available to read today? All right. Habakkuk chapter 1, verse 5. Behold, ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. So this is something that, you know, we've been praying for, you know what I'm saying? Daily, you know, hourly, minutely, you know what I mean? Something like that effect. And you know, when things happen, you know, of course, it's very important to be critical what's going on, testing things. You know, we've been lied to, I mean, since we've been born. So not believing everything you hear, but actually doing your due diligence, doing your research, you know what I mean, on this topic, and not letting the US government push this agenda. That's if you leave it up to them, they're going to lie to you. That's what they do. You know what I mean? We've been over this multiple times. America does not tell the truth. They are the deceiver. But we have to figure out what they're saying, what we see, and come to our own conclusions. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, regardless of any what conclusion, they are UFO, or they are chariots, they are drones, they are this, that, and the third, still stepping it up. You know what I mean? Maintaining that we're going to figure this thing out by following the law, statutes, commandments, being as perfect as possible. You know what I mean? If that sky cracks open tonight, tomorrow, whatever, we're going to feel good about ourselves because we prepared ourselves. Okay.
So
But go ahead.
I got an umbrella for you, King.
Khan, Dawada, King, Dawada. All praise. Shalom, shalom. Shabbat shalom, rather. Okay. So it's not just over New Jersey either. This is worldwide phenomenon right now. And it has been a worldwide phenomenon. You guys been following the classes, you know what I mean? We've been talking about chariot sightings all over the world. But now everybody's looking up at the sky. Now the government has to answer for this. But now it seems like it's stepped up exponentially. You know what I mean? I've seen a few in South Jersey, very low. That's one thing that you can notice with them. Some I've seen has been very high, but the ones I've seen been very low, like very on the tree line, on the housetops. Okay, and seen one in West Philly. So they're everywhere at this point. Okay, let's get to Ezekiel chapter 1 and verse 24. Very unique noise with associated with the chariots. Very unique. And you know, hearing an airplane, possibly hearing the airplanes, what people have been hearing an airplane that's not going anywhere. You know, airplanes have a destination. We have to go from this airport to that airport. You can't just stare and hover in the sky for a long period of time. But these have been hovering. And if you hear something like that, you know, take your camera outside, check it out, see what's going on. All right, let's bring that out. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 24.
Con, this is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 1 and verse 24. What no have to say, Con?
Con.
Verse 24. And when they went, I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings.
Okay, so let's listen to some noises of the chariots, the sounds of chariots. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to probably speed up because it's about probably 4 or 5 different noises. And like I said, I played this before, but under the current circumstances, we won't play it again. All right. And if you haven't seen it, you know, let me know what you think as far as the noises go. Have you ever heard them before? All right.
What scared you? Is that right?
Yes.
What scared you?
The noise.
What noise?
The noise that we heard in the air.
You heard a noise in the
Yes.
air? What was it like? Like a roar or a buzz or a hum or what kind of a noise?
It was like someone was blowing a flute.
Mm.
Papa,
Mm-hmm.
it's the end.
Kasaja, you can't hear anything, King.
So you can't hear anything?
No.
Okay. Let me see if I can skip this one. It might be just a real high pitch noise that is just not coming through. But let me skip this and tell me if you can hear this next one.
Like it's stationary. What it's doing right now is orbiting. The thing is just orbiting on top of me. It's also got a green light and a sort of metallic light. It's shining.
Can you hear him talking?
Yeah, Con.
Okay. So when it goes on, I'll mute it again, see if the sound's coming through.
On the outside. Manny. That strange aircraft hovering on top of me again. It's hovering and it's not an aircraft.
Salaki, the sound went out.
Say that again.
The sound went out.
It went out. Okay. Let me see. It's not really making a noise now. It seems kind of like a staticky noise. Let me go through this and let me see if I can find anything else.
How many people have heard the sound of a UFO? Now, I have a piece of tape which I believe is a UFO and was recorded over Aldershot in Hampshire on the night of the 20th of October, 1978. It was an overcast night, complete cloud cover. Cloud level was about 1,500 feet. And the time was about 11 o'clock. And this noise.
Let's go to Baruch, the 6th chapter, or go with the letter of Jeremy, the 6th chapter and the 61st verse.
Started up all over the town, fairly large town, and people heard it all over the town. Went on for about 20 minutes. Now, no, it wasn't possible to see if there was a craft above, but there's a very interesting postscript to this event. Okay, so what I'll do is play you a few minutes now of the sound that was recorded actually by a student. His father came in and said, "What's that noise?" And he quickly popped a microphone out of his bedroom window.
Can you hear anything?
La.
Okay. Calm.
At the point that I was, got up near this logging debris,
Fast-moving craft of some kind in the sea.
as I'd gotten closer to it, I could hear the sound it was making, and at the point that I was, got up near this logging debris, these limbs and brush and stuff that was there, the thing suddenly started to make this sort of a revolving, sort of a rocking motion.
Huh. Interesting.
I mean, it didn't start spinning in the air. The same side stayed toward me, but it just made a sort of a rocking motion and raised up. And the sound, it suddenly had this real powerful increase in the volume to the sound. It just, seemed to vibrate my whole body.
Huh.
And that scared me so much that I didn't run back to the truck. I ran, or I jumped down behind the end of the log there, just, for cover,
Yes. Yes. Oh, goodness. So now was the vibration or the sound, other than making you realize, something's changing, this is getting scary, was it physically painful or uncomfortable?
No, it wasn't painful like that, but it was just so powerful. It was just, and it seemed to be, so many frequencies all mixed together. And
have you ever heard any sound remotely like that before or since?
Oh, no. I mean, I could compare it to a lot of different things, but, there's a sort of a mechanical, sort of a high, rapid spinning sort of a scraping or turbine sort of a sound, but it was a whine, a high frequency whine thing with this extremely low rumbling sound.
You're very observant, Travis.
Sound.
Good.
And
It seemed like it might even go off the range of human hearing on both ends, because you know how that funny feeling in your ears when there's a sound that's too high or too low to really hear.
Yes, yes, yes.
It was like that.
Harry also received testimony from Butch Hunt, who claims to have seen a similar object.
That's funny because that's exactly what we have an issue right now. So I was going to say that the range is to the point where you might be able to hear it. The person sitting next to you might not be able to hear it. You know what I mean? Like Paul walking to Damascus, Saul for that walking to Damascus, getting blind and being able to hear some things that everybody else can't hear. They hear rumbling and all that, but he can hear voices. So this is now on the playlist, you know what I mean? Sirach 20 and 6 playlist, Sabbath class, December 14th. So if you want to go, you know, after the class and go check out the you know what it sounds like, please be my guest, because now is an important time to figure out what it is you're hearing, you know what I mean, experiencing, because a lot of people are now experiencing this. So let's continue on. Let's go to Baruch chapter 6, verse 61, or the letter of Jeremy in the Apocrypha.
God. This is a epistle of Jeremiah, Jeremiah 60, in the Apocrypha, in verse 61. In like manner, the lightning when it breaketh forth is easy to be seen. And after the same manner, the wind bloweth in every country.
Go ahead.
And when Yahweh commanded the clouds to go over the whole world, they do as they are bidden.
So, you know, realistically, clouds, you know, listen to the Most High. He's talking about really the idol worship, and idols can't do anything. You know what I mean? So stop following idols. But, you know, talking about the clouds in the sky and the chariots. Right now, they're doing the bidding of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. And it is a lot of them. You know what I mean? The Staten Island lawmakers were saying that thousands, okay, thousands. So we start thinking about drones, like, oh yeah, it's just, you know, some punk kid in his garage. Thousands of drones in Staten Island. And she started off talking like, yo, the War of the Worlds was filmed in Staten Island. And it's ironic that the elder was talking about that 3 years ago. The video we're just looking. It was filmed in Staten Island, and now, you know, they feel like this is the War of the Worlds now. Thousands have been seen in Staten Island and all over New Jersey. They haven't left New Jersey. They're in Philadelphia. So it's not like they're a group of drones, quote unquote, migrating from place to place. They're setting up shop. They're still over New Jersey. They're still in Philadelphia. They're still in Staten Island. And they're in China. They're seen over a U.S. base in Germany. They were seen in the Manchester, England airport. So this is a worldwide phenomenon. And I believe in Argentina, it was a mass sighting as well. So let's continue on. We don't want to get stuck anywhere because we got some more videos to show. Let's get Revelation 9 and 16. These aren't just a few, the proud, the drones. These are deeper than the ocean floor. And they don't act like drones, so we gotta stop calling them drones. They don't have a heat signature, so they can't even find out where they are. Once they turn off their lights, they disappear because they're not getting off any heat. Do you know anything that can do something like that? That's bigger than SUVs? You know what I mean? They don't know where they're coming from. They don't know where they're going. And we all know the U.S. government lies. So for them to say that they don't know anything, nobody believes that. But can they stop it? I don't think so. All signs right now that I'm seeing point to no. And we're going to go over some things regarding that. Let's go to Revelation chapter 9, verse 16, Bubba Shar.
God, this is the book of Revelation, chapter 9, verse 16. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 2,000, thousand. Salaki. I'll start from the beginning. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. and I heard the number of them.
Go ahead.
And thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire, and of jacinth and brimstone, and the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone.
Okay, so 200 million can go a long way. Okay, now let's go to the next video. All right, and see that they're pretty much everywhere.
Well, this is an interesting story. People in Northfield keep seeing mysterious lights in the nighttime sky. The sightings come as people on the East Coast report seeing large drones that they can't explain.
The East Coast sightings now have the FBI's attention, with the White House even chiming in.
So this past weekend, several commercial pilots reported mysterious lights zipping through the skies above Oregon, prompting questions about UFOs. At least 4 commercial pilots reported the lights in the sky. On Sunday night, a United Airlines pilot radioed air traffic control after spotting them in the Eugene area. A Life Flight pilot reported one of the lights was going in circles in a corkscrew-like pattern and showed up on his aircraft's collision avoidance system.
Red in color, moving at extreme speeds. I don't even know how to describe how fast it's moving.
You are cleared to maneuver as necessary left to right to avoid the UFO out there.
It's weird. It's a red circular shape, and it keeps zipping out towards the ocean and then coming back in about 20 miles or closer to us, and then it zips back out of the ocean and we can't see it.
The night before, one of our police officers, again working for Sheriff Mastronardi, chronicled 50 coming from the ocean onto land. 50.
This is
this is really serious stuff.
It's like a sci-fi movie.
See it? Oh.
Whoa! Daddy, you see them? What in the world?
I know.
The lights on those drones continues to just baffle my mind. If we're being, nefarious, why would you have lights? Are you trying to spy? You have red and green lights that are.
All right, by the way, imagine you're a U.S. general on the roof of your base and you're watching drones. You don't know what they are, where they're from, just flying over, and it's going on night after night. That is what happened to our military. This is a story that's gone all the way to the White House. I'm not talking about people flying drones around airports or paparazzi looking into backyards. I'm talking about multiple major breaches of some of the most restricted U.S. airspace, including our most sensitive military and national security sites. All of this is according to the Wall Street Journal, or most of it anyway, which interviewed multiple U.S. generals and many other government officials. Here's what we know so far. In October of last year, 5 drones flew over a little-known government site in Nevada used for nuclear weapons experiments. Then in recent months, more unidentified drone swarms, as they've been described, flew near Edwards Air Force Base near Los Angeles. And here's the doozy of them all. Last December, the biggest incursion we know, a dozen or more drones every night for 17 nights straight, circling the area of Langley Air Force Base along the Virginia shore.
Langley Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems last year in December 2023. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate on any given day.
She also confirmed that Langley's commanding officer had authority to shoot down the drones, but she did not explain why that did not happen.
Gordon, this is one of the most interesting stories I've seen reported in recent years. And part of what makes it interesting is you have these on-the-record interviews with U.S. generals. They're talking to you for a reason. And then you also have these unnamed officials that talk to you. And my understanding, tell me if I'm wrong here, the military does not think this is just a bunch of hobbyists.
People in New Jersey are concerned and demanding information after a wave of mysterious drone sightings. But the government has yet to give any concrete answers.
The sightings began in New Jersey last month. About the same time, drones were spotted around 4 U.S. air bases in the United Kingdom. Now they're being reported here in New York in Pennsylvania as well.
What do you think's going on here?
It is really bizarre. And, basically what she said over there, the press secretary, is I'm ruling out that there's any active foreign adversaries behind this. And I'm also ruling out that it's U.S. military. So then what's left?
The other night, there was right here over Picatinny, there was a drone just hanging out. I put my drone up in the air and went towards it. I had full battery life. Not 3 minutes into the flight, I lost control of the drone. Warning on my screen, lost control, and my drone started going down, dead battery.
One family claims they followed a drone in their car, and while it hovered above them, the clock in their car changed times. Then they say the clock went back to normal after they drove off.
Fox 9's Mike Manzoni spoke with eyewitnesses in Northfield tonight, and Mike, they're not sure what they're looking at.
Yeah, but they say what they're seeing is similar, maybe not the same, but similar to what people are seeing in New York, in New Jersey. Here's one video here where you can kind of see one or two orbs kind of hovering, floating around. At times they move, eventually disappear. What are they? No one knows.
We started trying to follow them, but they won't be followed. They're kind of like they disappear.
Deborah Wagner doesn't know what she keeps seeing over her Northfield home.
And then these things, whenever anybody would kind of come towards them, they'd back off.
But her daughter, Chrissy Grady, sees them too.
Are these UFOs? Are they a government thing? Like, what are they?
It's really low.
I know it is.
You gotta follow it. There's another one up there.
Oh, crap.
Chrissy and her kids took this video when they saw flashing lights that moved away after they spotted them.
Well, it obviously sees me. I gotta pretend like I'm actually driving. Watched both of them. So now there's 4.
They started seeing the lights over the summer, and now it's a nightly thing.
They would come and kind of like hover, and then we would go outside, and then they would leave.
About 1,000 miles away in New York and New Jersey, this is what people are seeing in the skies. Eyewitnesses say they look like SUV-sized drones, and those sightings now have even the White House's attention.
Obviously, this is something that DHS and FBI are tracking very, very closely. Well, I don't want it to come closer.
As for what Chrissy and her mother, Deborah, keep seeing here in Minnesota, well, they don't know.
Right now, just the unknown is driving us crazy and making us mad.
But they do know what you're probably thinking.
I was like, oh man, everybody's gonna think, oh, go have another glass of wine, Mom.
And Chrissy says she did reach out to the sheriff's office, but they didn't have any answers for her.
At least 4 commercial pilots reported mysterious bright lights zipping through the skies above Oregon this past weekend. On Sunday night, a United Airlines pilot radioed air traffic control after spotting the unexpected lights in the Eugene area.
We're seeing 3 or 4 targets. They're all altitudes, up and down. It's pretty crazy.
A Life Flight pilot reported one of the lights was going in circles in a corkscrew pattern and showed up on his aircraft's collision avoidance system. Several brief videos taken by pilots and their crews showed lights in the night sky, but they're difficult to see because of the dark conditions.
It's weird. It's a red circular shape, and it keeps zipping out towards the ocean and then coming back in about 20 miles or closer to us, and then zips back out of the ocean and we can't see it.
2 Horizon airline pilots also reported seeing mysterious lights, according to air traffic control, who confirmed there was no military activity in the area. The Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, acknowledged that a pilot saw unidentified lights, but did not provide any further comment.
New Jersey lawmakers ripping the Department of Homeland Security, leaving a briefing with no answers on the source of the mysterious drone lighting up the state's skies. This as the Pentagon is denying claims they were sent by foreign enemies.
But whatever they're doing, they don't care what the rules are. 11 drones, it's been admitted now, 11 drones have gone over Picatinny Arsenal, which is about 5 miles from here in a direct line. Those drones should have been blown out of the sky. Why are we putting up with this? Why are we putting up with this?
You're not talking about like the TFR temporary flight restriction rules. You're talking about literally just blasting them out of the sky.
They have Picatinny Arsenal is a weapons development center. Okay, it's a high-tech place. It's in a rural area, it's beautiful, but it's a high-tech place. If you're the bad guys, you want to know what's going on in Picatinny. They went into Picatinny's airspace. That's a violation of the law. It has to be. I don't have the chapter and verse of the U.S. Code, But you could, if I did that and they came back and tracked that I put a drone over, or an average person, somebody put a drone over, we'd be in big federal trouble. I don't know why they even put up with letting them go over like that. And then my understanding, Langley and then several other bases in New Jersey, they're doing that.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Langley experienced a series of drone incursions into restricted airspace for 17 nights in a row last December.
They didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent. It's something that we, have kept our eye on.
Mysterious drones as large as a car would at first seem the local anomaly, now capturing the attention of top military officials.
At this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity or the work of an adversary. We're going to continue to monitor what is happening, but, at no point were our installations threatened when this activity was occurring.
The authorities are saying there is no known or credible threat, but at the same time, they also say, and you were telling me during the commercial, they revealed it's not us. It's not the federal government. It's not the state of New Jersey. It's no known entity.
It's so cutesy the way they're positioning it, and they keep trying to diminish the situation. But no known credible threat might as well be no known guarantee of safety as well, because they literally, even with the most sophisticated equipment that we have, the DHS sent us, we can't detect the frequency of these things, and we haven't downed any of them yet. And it really has us a month later. These started on November 18th. A month later, we still don't know where they're coming from or why they're operating.
Right.
The Journal article reports that dozens of drone sightings happened between December 6th and December 23rd of last year. They said they were very difficult to track, and at this point, there is no indication that they were a threat. However, it's clear the military wants to be ready in case they are.
Yeah, I mean, but if there's nothing you can do about it, then how can you be ready? You cannot find a heat signature on them. The FBI that was sent to investigate these keep quotation mark drone sightings, right? I'm gonna stop calling them drone sightings because fall into their trap. We'll call them chariot sightings, right? To investigate the chariot sightings, they ended up being over the FBI agent's house. So here you are, like, all right, Special Agent Johnson, you're on the case. You go home and then you look up in the sky and now they're over your house. Oh, no, y'all got a little bit more information than y'all need to know, right? So you go from there. The heat signature, people have been watching them, because people will look in the sky now, and they'll morph into from an orb, right? They have the video. They don't look nothing like a drone. It looks like a ball of energy rolling around in different, different colors and stuff, so forth and so on. And they'll morph into what looks like a plane. Like, oh, nothing to see here. We're just a plane. And the only people that have the power to do that would be the Most High, Christ, and the angels to do something that powerful. Having screen memories or screen visions of what you think you see, but you have no idea what you're really looking at. Let's go to Job chapter 18 and verse 14. Can't find out where they are. They'll be in the sky for hours at a time. If they had any battery life, it'll run out, but nope. And then they go over to the ocean, and is a video of 50 of them coming from the ocean, like coming out of the ocean. Like, hold on, wait, how do you go from, you know what I mean? Do you land when you go in the ocean, or do you go literally in the ocean? Then what type of technology can do that? Okay, let's bring that out. Job chapter 18 and verse 14.
Con, this is the book of Job, chapter 18 and verse 14. When I'll have a say, Con.
Balance the ignorant.
Con. His confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle, and it shall bring him to the king of terrors.
So also they interview the people. They can't sleep. Esau is not naive. Esau knows one day this is all coming to a screeching halt. So they now are stuck. Okay, they don't know to go left, to go right, can't go to sleep. You go to sleep, then they're gonna get you. Because they come out at night and then leave in the morning, right? So the terror right now that's going through New Jersey and places around the country is astronomical. And the more people notice them, notice them. We noted what is seen is that that's when they want to be noticed. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't see the chariots unless they wanted us to see them. And here we are. Okay. Can you read next verse 15?
Verse 15. It shall dwell in his tabernacle, because it is none of his. Brimstone shall be scattered upon his habitation.
And right now we are in what is called, let me read this. We are in what is called a debris field. Currently, we're in the debris field and have been, I believe, for the past week. So there's your brimstone. Here we go.
Great day. Remember about 3 days ago, we talked about the large asteroid, bigger than the Empire State Building, making a close approach to the Earth. Over here at spaceweather.com, this is a list of the NEOs, the near-Earth objects, large asteroids and small asteroids. But we talked about how the big ones, especially like this one that came close to the Earth on the 4th, how they don't usually travel alone. Well, when we looked at this list on the 4th, there was a total of 5 that were headed towards the Earth. Now the list has been updated since the large asteroid passed the Earth. 3 more were detected, one at a 0.1. That's about as close as you can come to the Earth without impacting the Earth. For example, today, looking at December 7th, there's also 8 scheduled NEOs for today, one at 0.5 LD. There was one yesterday at 0.1 LD. It's almost as if we're in some sort of a debris field right now, seeing a lot of activity in the skies. In fact, I received a video from December 1st. This is of an outdoor camera that picked up a hyper fast asteroid by Tara Goodfellow on December 1st of 2024. I mean, this thing was moving so fast, the camera barely detected it. Here it is in super slow motion, and it barely showed up in super slow motion. Here's a close-up view of the hyper-fast asteroid that entered the atmosphere on the night of December 1st. I doubt if this was associated with the large asteroid that came through on the 4th, but as you can see, this list has grown exponentially since we talked about the large asteroid 3 days ago. And in case you guys have noticed a bright light in the early morning sky,
Okay, that's it. Just wanted to get to that debris field that is that we're in. So there goes your brimstone. All right, let's get Psalm 11 verse 6.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 11 and verse 6. When all have a say time.
Gone.
Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, and a horrible tempest. They shall be the portion of their cup.
The wicked is in a lot of trouble. The snares, they're getting trapped. You know what I mean? What's going on in New Jersey? I don't know. I know it's a lot though. And we got to keep in mind that you just don't see chariots. One doesn't just see chariots. You experience it. You know what I'm saying? What Travis Walton was talking about, you can feel it in his body. So the way we're going to figure out whether, first of all, I don't think they're the U.S. military. The thing about the U.S. military that I've seen in my day is that they like to do things quick. When Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, we're going to war. You know what I mean? By the time you're able to think about it, they're already done. This has been prolonged since November, mid-November, where people want answers. Like the mayors and the senators are like, yo, we need answers. And the government's like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Now, I believe they do know. I believe they know that they're chariots, but they can't come out and say we're not in control of our airspace. They're over our military bases. We can't shoot them down. You know what I mean? There's no heat signature. Where are we going to shoot at? You know? But
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Yahabah Shemel Shabakata, Yahabah Shemel Shashima Thumb to the sister. Kwame Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
Hey, Shalom. Hey, real quick,
they tried to say too that Iran. I don't know if you mentioned that earlier. If you did, just to reiterate that Iran was getting technology from China, and that Iran has a mothership on the eastern uh, coast border launching these drones. And I was like, well, wait a minute, why y'all don't just shoot the Iranian mothership down? Because that's invasion of U.S. airspace. Now that could be considered an act of war, but how did an Iranian mothership, just even the language that they're using, a mothership is another name for a UFO, right? So how would Iran get such technology that they have a mothership? That's kind of like Independence Day. Remember Independence Day, the giant chariot was over the Empire State Building in New York, and smaller chariots were coming out of it. So that's almost like they're saying that Iran has a mothership. Well, how come nobody's seen this mothership? Where's the video footage of this mothership? So Esau they just all over the place with this thing. But another theory that I had, I mean, I could take them as just the chariots at face value. But another theory I had, somebody get Daniel's 8:25. Somebody get Daniel 8:25. That hypothetically speaking, let's say if they're not the chariots, and this is some kind of military Esau man-made technology, whatever the case may be, because they did mention something to the effect of the U.S. wants to be the top in technology when it comes to the drones. We want to be the top. So let's say this is a wag the dog type thing. These are some new drones that they're testing out, and they're what's that saying? Judah like to say, or they're playing possum. Like, oh, we don't know what's going on. We don't know. The Most High did say this. Daniel's 8:25. Somebody read that, please.
Come. This is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, verse 25. And through his policy, also he shall cause craft to prosper.
It says through Esau's policy, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand. The craft represents the deceit, but they can deceive you through their technology, right? Just another theory I was looking at, like maybe Esau trying to take attention off of all the real chariot sightings that we've been seeing. Just a theory, but like I said, I can take them as just chariots face value, but he's a very deceptive man. And they did say that. They was like, well, we just want to be the top in drone technology. The United States have to be top in drone technology in the world. We have to show the world that we're the top. I mean, them Senate hearings that they're having are all over the damn place. I listened to some of the commentary, and they're just all over the place. Another thing I was looking at, they're claiming that one of the major areas that these drones were showing is 15 minutes away from Donald Trump's golf course or a house or something like that. And y'all could watch a movie called Angel Has Fallen with Gerard Butler, where they actually launched drones that were bombs, and they launched the drones on the president, which was played by Morgan Freeman. They launched these drones on this presidential retreat, and they were trying to assassinate the president with the drones. I just think it's funny how they say some of the major sightings of the drones were 15 minutes away from where Donald Trump has his golf course, house, or whatever, some property he got in New Jersey. I forget offhand, but just different perspectives to look at it from. But this thing is wild and just all over the place. But like I was just troubleshooting with just some different theories. Read on in Daniel 8:25.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart. And peace, and by peace shall destroy many.
Of course, we know this is the prophecy from Daniel on Esau. the Greek Empire, Roman Empire, and then eventually America. All right. The Lord said by peace he would destroy many. So the point being, this is a prophecy about Esau and his kingdom. Right? Go ahead.
He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
Right. So Esau is going to try to create, technology, right? Like they had the Star Wars program. They got the Stalk 2 vertical trap program to fight UFOs. They had like the movie, The War of the Worlds, and all these different things. They're gonna try to fight the Prince of Peace. They're gonna try to fight Yahushua at his second coming with the angels, but they're gonna fail miserably. You cannot go against the technology of the Most High. You out of your mind. But the scriptures say, the Most High gonna harden their heart, and they're gonna try to go up against the Prince of Peace, which is Yahushua. All right, but the first part says through his policy, he would cause craft to prosper in his hand. So Esau is a very crafty man. A lot of times you don't know where the hell he's going with this thing. But of course, the way they're handling it and at face value, we can take it as most likely they're chariots and Esau is confounded as hell. But you just never know with this devil. I'm just toying around with different theories. And I land on that. Kwame Inshallah.
Khan, the water elder. Yeah. One thing you know about Esau that he's lying. So somewhere down the line, he ain't telling the truth. You know what I mean?
Because somewhere in there he's lying.
Yeah.
No matter what it is, we know he's lying. But the scriptures say he would cause craft to prosper in his hand, man. He would be a deceitful damn man. Just through his policies, like his politics or his different laws and stuff, and even through his technology. But just another perspective to look at. But either way, he's lying in there somewhere, and the chariots are popping up every goddamn second, and they just confound it. Kwame Inshallah.
Khan, Kwame Inshallah. Yeah, it's a beautiful time because we're going to figure out something. You know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of people that want to know answers. You know what I mean? We're going to go over a couple of stories of where known sightings were, where something crazy happened. You know what I mean? Type of judgment that if we're seeing the chariots, they're showing themselves, and judgment's taking place simultaneously. You know what I mean? And they're visiting. They're visiting. They're definitely visiting. But let's get Jeremiah 20 and verse 11. And there's a couple people, there's journalists that are seeing it too, and like, yo, this is nothing that I've seen before. You know what I mean? These ain't no drones that I've seen. So if, like the elder was bringing out, if it is a mothership, like instant choice of words from Iran, then this is no longer the United States. This is the United States of Iran. They run this place now. You know what I mean? If you could just get over military bases, you can get over, like the elder was talking about, the president's golf course and best minister and all this other stuff. If you have access to that airspace, then you run the country now. You know what I mean? So if that's true, that they're Iranian magical, drones. Because somebody in Iran government said, we have drones that you've never seen before, and we're going to bring them out next week. They said that during this time period of drone sightings. So they might have been just trolling. I'm assuming they're trolling. But if that's true, then they run everything. You know what I'm saying? If you have a military that cannot be stopped, then you run that country now. You can't stop anybody from taking anything from you. You can't stop anybody from bombing you.
So,
now you're it's now your land.
Salaki.
Go ahead. Khan, Shalom, King.
Shalom. Now I was just thinking too, like, because they know they see the chariots that's probably hovering the earth, and they, like I said, this devil, he knows his time is at an end. So he has to bring out, I believe he's gonna fake an invasion, so that way when Christ do return, when Yahushua returns, they'll be able to fight against him.
because now they deceive the people to say, oh, this is another UFO attack. You see what I'm saying? Because they have what's that technology that they have? I forget the name of it, where it's like virtual and it looks real, like the thing, like things are really walking in front of you, but I forget what it's called. It's called blue something.
Blue beam.
Yeah, Bloom. Yeah, exactly. They could have took those drones and mixed it with
Yeah, so
Project
like
Bluebeam to
you
have us believing that this is something that could shape into something else. When it's really just Bluebeam on the damn drone that they're fooling people with. And then when they fake this invasion or whatever, now they can say, "Oh, these aliens invaded the country last time. This, that, and the third. We got to fight against them when Christ really returns." Because they said they're gonna turn their weapons on him, and they need the world behind them. So, like what the elder's saying, this could be just a hoax to make people believe something that's not really there when they're really trying to fake an invasion to get the world and the people on their side. America's falling right now, and they need something to be on their side. So why not fake things to make things look like something, and now they could get the whole world and create this one world government that they always wanted to do.
Yeah, Salakia, yeah, Project Bluebeam and the AI technology. That's what I seen that rapper, he faked like a UFO sighting over I think that was New York or LA, and people like really literally got scared. You know what I'm saying? But going back to the mothership thing too, that's so ridiculous. If there's a mothership off the eastern coast of the United States, then we should be able to drive out to the furthest point of Long Island and just look up and see this alien mothership. We should be able to go to the furthest point in New York on the eastern coast border and look out and see some mothership in the middle of the sky over the skies of it's just so ridiculous. So if that's the case, Iran runs this country now. But yeah, that was Maccabees brought a little bit more insight into it. That's what I was trying to say. Like, it says they would try to stand up against the Prince of Peace, right? So are they, like Kassad just said, there's a lie in there somewhere. There's a big lie in there somewhere. So are they trying to like fake this whole thing to like, are they going to try to turn this into this is some invasion that we don't know and we got to fight? Whatever the case may be, man. So, they got the AI and blue beam technology also. We can't forget that. Like when y'all get a chance, watch that new movie on Netflix. It's called Subservience. It's about a AI robot that becomes a house servant, but she starts to take on human feelings. But Esau is showing you that this technology is getting real, man. It's seeming real. I know the elder was joking about it a few weeks ago. Like, they gonna have dudes in the hood. Yo, son, what's good? And they gonna be AI, right? But people are starting to give testimony that they're seeing strange looking people walking around with these black eyes with no emotion. Like, yo, are they planting AI people amongst us already? This thing is getting crazy, man. So just some different perspectives to look at, Salakia, to look at with this whole thing. But Esau lying in there somewhere, and the Most High going to expose it. And at the end of the day, like I said again, this could be all the chariot sightings that we've been seeing, and now the Most High's look. I'm just flooding. The United States with, because now they said people seen them over LaGuardia Airport. They seen them in Staten Island. They seen them. I thought it was just New Jersey at first. But then I started doing a little research and they was like, damn, these things are showing up everywhere. So it's getting crazy, man. It's getting real crazy. And, eventually Esau can lie, but so much. The Most High going to manifest what it is to us that's in the truth. But yeah, just look at it from them different angles, man, and really, really troubleshoot what the hell can really be going on here. But at the end of the day, the chariots are showing up, and the Most High letting us know we about to get out of here. All praises, Kwame Shala.
Khan. It took over the Kumya Shala.
Salakia, Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. They also, Elder Kasadi had said that they've seen them over Germany and a few other countries, like over their military bases and stuff like that. So, you know, it's not just happening here. They're saying that they've seen them in other countries across the world too.
Khan. And in DC, over there at the restricted airspace, they got lights going on and going off. You know what I mean? It's looking promising. You know what I'm saying? Like the other was saying, we're going to figure it out. You know what I mean? They're going to have to make their move. Somebody is going to have to play their hand. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you just keep doing something crazy like this over, like I said, I can't think of the name, the bridge going over New York, the Valenino bridge. No, I'm messing up.
Verrazano.
Yeah, God,
Verrazano.
Yeah, the Verrazano Bridge, right? So,
1 4
and all these other
4
different places.
9 1 6.
Okay. All of these different places. Like I said, I seen one in West Philly. It was over the top of our houses. You know, it was low and slow. You know what I mean? I couldn't get my camera out in time, but they're here. You know what I'm saying? Let's Khan, go ahead.
I'm hearing all this. I can what just keep coming to my mind is that Space Force now. That just keep coming to my head now. Is that Space Force?
Okay, Khan.
Like when that first came out, I was thinking to myself, like, why they need a Space Force? Now I think it's starting to make sense. I think they already knew, like, dealing with all, because remember back in the day, it was a lot of pilots that was already saying that they was seeing them UFOs, them chariots and stuff. You know, and I think that now the government, because one thing I noticed is the government, they would know something for almost a decade before it even get to the public. They're trying to keep it under wraps before it even get to us, you know, for the longest. You know, so I think in that Space Force is what Esau was trying to, you know, fight against it and stuff like that. Because why else would you try to get a military just for outer space? Like, who about to be doing battles out of space? According to y'all, there's no low oxygen and all that other stuff, and you need all this special equipment just to go out there. So who gonna be fighting? We gonna be shooting bullets out there?
Salaki, we live in a closed cell. This place is a closed cell. They cannot get outside of the what's that? They can't get outside. Yeah, they can't get outside of the firmament. Remember, but beyond the firmament is infinite waters. And even Elon Musk, he proved that. He sent the rocket up there and it hit the firmament. You know what I'm saying? And he said, listen, this is a closed seal. Like, this place is a closed seal, and they've been trying to crack the firmament for years now, and they cannot. I think they probably put a crack in it, but that was it. They can't get outside of that. So they could go above the earth, but so far. You know what I'm saying? What they do is they got these certain camera lenses that make it look like they're hovering outside of the earth, but they're still inside of the earth. They're just over it, and like. It's a lot of stuff that I think they call it some type of TV thing where they just make the earth look like we just sitting on this ball. You know what I'm saying? But even when you ask certain pilots, they'll tell you like they travel across a flat plane. You know what I'm saying? But they have a firmament. There's a firmament over the earth where they can't breach outside of.
Salakia, the Space Force, right? Now remember when it was implemented, I'll never forget, right? And I would talk to a Secret Service person about this when we went to January 4th, or not January 4th, July 4th, and he tried to spin me a little bit, like, hold on, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm listening to what you're saying. But let me explain. When Trump was in office, he this is right around the time it was Thanksgiving was close. So this is 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, whatever. Before this, when the Space Force was made, the White House got shut down, and the Capitol got shut down because of a threat. It was a threat. They had to evacuate the White House. The only reason I remember it because I was looking at a reporter that was on Twitter that was like, "Yo, the White House is shut down." I'm like, "Oh, what's going on?" When look into it, they didn't talk about it. They come to find out, they said it was a threat coming in from the sky, and of course, that airspace is closed off. You can't just fly anywhere around. And they said it was a slow-moving blob going towards the White House, so it had to be evacuated. And then it came out later and said that slow-moving blob was a flock of birds. Like flocks of birds never visit DC anytime, and you have to always evacuate the White House. That didn't make any sense. And then Trump went on that Friday to Afghanistan he never been out the country really, never cared about the soldiers, and he was giving them hugs and all this other stuff and da da da. And then not too long after that, that's when that's when he said, look, we got to have a Space Force. So that Space Force might have been made due to threats against the United States government from the sky. All right, a couple more videos, y'all. All right. But let's start with, because I like the confusion. Don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? Esau, we're trying to figure this out, but Esau is boom, he has no idea what's going on. You're gonna start seeing him going up top of the Volcano Bridge, you know what I mean, and doing nosedives because they're like, this is it. Them niggas been on the corner talking about it's gonna be alien invasions all the time, and now it's happening. I don't want to see this happen. Yeah, I don't want to be here. So time to go. So you're gonna start seeing Edomites trying to fly. You know what I'm saying? But let's talk about that confusion. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 20 and verse 11. You got it, you can bring it out. You there? That's how I got it. Jeremiah chapter 20, verse 11. But the Lord is with me as a mighty, terrible one. Therefore, my persecutors shall stumble, and they shall not prevail. They shall greatly ashamed, for they shall not prosper. Their everlasting confusion shall never be forgotten. You know what I mean? And, Jeremiah is dealing with priests that saying they're going the other opposite direction, oh, God loves everybody type situations, you know what I mean? But he's saying, look, man, God is with me. You're going to be in everlasting confusion. All right, verse 12. But, O Lord of hosts, that triest the righteous and seest the reins and the hearts, let me see thy vengeance on them, for unto thee have I opened my cause. Now we're going to read that again after we see a couple videos, because now we're going to go from where they were over Cherry Hill, over Philadelphia, right? And see these crazy stories that happen not too long after that. All right, we're going to figure some things out. All right, but right now, let's check out this next clip. And it's a woman from the CIA. She's saying the government is trying the best they can do, yada, yada, yada. Ross, the guy at the end, is going to explain, like, listen, I talked to FBI. They don't no clue what's going on. All right, it all depends on who you believe. But also, it's the things that the chariots can do that Esau can't do. So we're going to get in that difference as well. Let's go.
All right. Wouldn't it be nice if that's what we heard out of the White House? You know what I'm saying? And look, I don't think that I think the congressman was a straight shooter there. I just think that there's a little bit more capability and a little bit more concern and a little bit more ease in doing this than's being suggested. How do I know? You're about to find out how. Joining me now is News Nation national security contributor Tracy Walder. We have her very often using her CIA expertise to help us understand cases, but she was also a drone pilot. Okay, so pretty good credential for tonight. And News Nation special correspondent Ross Coulthard, who spends so much time talking to sources on the inside about exactly these kinds of capabilities. He's got a great special that you're going to want to see tomorrow night called Drones Over New Jersey. It's good to have both of you. Now, I don't have any problem with what the congressman just said. I think he did a better job than most people in government I've heard. But Tracy, some of these are big, these drones, like too big to be something that you're buying commercially. And I don't think it's absurd to think that you'd have to run across a field to track them to know where they're landing. I mean, they caught the Chinese guy, right? That they just found at the airport.
Right, you're absolutely right, Chris. Thank you so much for having me. And I actually wholeheartedly agree with the congressman. One of the things that sort of piqued my interest about this is he talked about that Picatinny Arsenal that's close by, as well as McGuire Air Force Base. One of the things that they recently did this past summer is successfully tested battery-powered fixed-wing aircraft to deliver cargo between bases. And it is a larger type of drone. It looks very much like an airplane, but obviously is a bit smaller. And so part of me wonders if this could be what individuals are seeing. But to your point, obviously, as someone who worked in, I guess, the depths of our government at the CIA, you know, I get it. When you feel that the government is not being forthcoming and not being honest, I don't believe these are a threat. It's scary. And I do think we need to come clean with the American people about what these are.
One pushback. I have so much tremendous respect for the amount of expertise you developed to be at the CIA. And I'm not a cynic about government. We need transparency, but I think it's amazing what you were able to do for this country. And I appreciate you for it. I just feel like I want your gut before I go to Ross on, I feel like they have to know more, either because they're doing it or because they know what it is. And they're just saying, yeah, there's nothing to it. But I think the people have moved past accepting that kind of answer.
I could not agree with you more. I wholeheartedly agree that they know more about what these are and are just electing not to tell us. But I really do think that we have sort of moved past that mentality of people, I guess, being okay with it. You know, when I started at the CIA in 2000, that was an acceptable excuse. Hey, it's not a threat. Let's just move on. And people really did accept that. But we're not at that place right now. People have a lot of distrust in the government, and I do understand why. And I really do think that, look, I get that we shouldn't be giving sort of the top secret intricacies of what this is, but I do think the government needs to give more information.
Yeah, Ross, I mean, I see this as such an opportunity for them. I see it as a metaphor. Like, you know, this is the same guy, Mayorkas, who's saying no big deal. It's the same thing he said about the border at the Department of Homeland Security. Submarine just completely exploded the Biden administration's credibility on a very major issue. And this is such a great opportunity for them to say one of the two things. We got people like Walder working here. We know exactly what this is. Certain things you need to know, certain things you don't. Or we don't know. We don't know what some of these things are. And we're going to find out because we see what you're seeing. And who's ever doing this, we're saying we're putting a moratorium. You better stop. And if you don't, we're going to catch you like we did the Chinese guy. What do you think from your sources?
Firstly, good evening, Chris. Look, I have to say I vehemently disagree with any assertion that either the FBI or the Defense Department have any idea, any clear idea, what this phenomenon is over the East Coast of the United States. I'm talking to people in the FBI who are utterly baffled by this phenomenon. They tell me they do not know what these objects are. They're not getting answers. I'm told, for example, that these objects are the size of an SUV, a large SUV. So the argument from the congressman that these objects are too small to detect is not correct at all. I'm told that there have been attempts to interdict these objects and that there have been the deployment of anti-drone technology. I've just received information in the last few minutes about the PSEG nuclear site at Salem, which is the Hope Creek Generating Station on a 740-acre site in Salem County, New Jersey. And a person who is privileged enough to have access to the internal messaging about that nuclear station has told me that they tried to deploy an anti-drone technology over multiple drones that were seen over the nuclear site, and that anti-drone technology, which normally works on all drones, completely failed. Moreover, These objects, whatever they are being seen not just on the East Coast, they are being seen all over the world. I'm getting reports from here in Australia, from Japan, Indonesia, China, Russia, Europe.
Hey, thanks for watching. Go to join.
And he said, hold on, we gotta cut that short. Hold on, hold on. You going let's just keep talking about Jersey. Let's not talk about the ones we've seen over Russia and China and Germany. It's a worldwide phenomenon. Okay. Now let's see a result. We see the chariots. What's the result? Okay. Something happened in Cherry Hill. Definitely got to talk about it. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 34, verse 5. Dietrich, you back?
Con.
John, the water. All right.
This
We're
book
gonna...
Hey, Shalom. Can somebody volunteer as a backup reader in case Brother Dietrich, goes out or whatever?
Shalom, I can do it.
I was gonna say I could do it.
All right, Kwame shot. Yeah, Abner, the Water King. Kwame shot.
John, the water. Okay, let's bring that out. Isaiah chapter 34, verse 5.
Salakia, that was Abner and who else? I think I heard two voices.
That was me, Yazayan.
Okay, Khan. Just long as we got a couple of brothers in case Dietrich get knocked off.
Khan.
Go ahead, Salakia.
Khan. All right, let's bring that out. Isaiah chapter 34, verse 5.
Con. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 34, verse 5. When all have a say con.
Con.
Verse 5. For my sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Adumia and upon the people of my curse to judgment.
Con. Okay, so now let's see. We're gonna go back to this one. Philly had something crazy happen last night as well. But Cherry Hill, I'm interested in because I followed some reports of the reports of what the cherries do to people. You know what I'm saying? They're not just pretty lights in the sky. They will chop you up, like take your whole face off. Last year, not this summer past, but the summer before that, down in Peru, reports they were chopping people's face off, called them face peelers, chupacate, if I'm saying it correctly. And they try to bury that like, there's nothing to see here, but it's people that they're finding that have no blood in them. You know what I mean? Surgical precision, chopping them up, and people are dying through pain. Okay, so like it's read in what's that? Second Ezra, that'd be the 9th chapter, 9:11, 9:10. Death by pain. People literally die by pain. Their body shuts down because there's so much pain, and their internal organs being sucked through holes in their chest. Legit. You know what I mean? You can look it up. I'm not making this stuff up. This happened down in Brazil. One happened in England, and I think it happened in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. All right, let's watch the video. Of course, they're not going to tell you anything, but it just seems weird. People don't die outside of their house. You know what I mean? Unless you're gambling and you're shooting dice and somebody tries to rob you, or like it's ways where that happens. You know what I mean? In the hood, it's the hood of Cherry Hill. You know what I mean? But I'll come back to this. Let's watch the video and I'll tell you why I think what I think.
Yeah, Fred, and the people we spoke with who live here say this is a quiet neighborhood, a lot of children and families, a lot of kids who get picked up by the bus on this very street. Many of these neighbors were just waking up this morning when they heard a scream from that neighbor who was out walking their dog and discovered the scene. One of them ran out and saw all the blood. It was getting light, and misty, really hazy. Neighbors say the sun was just coming up this morning when they heard a loud scream from outside.
So it was about 7. Then I looked out the front window and I saw him. So I grabbed my shoes and ran out.
The scream coming from another neighbor who was out walking the dog and stumbled upon something disturbing.
I kind of made it across and I could see the body. And then once they must have called, the cops got literally when I got there, 15 seconds later, they were.
Cherry Hill police quickly responding to reports of an unresponsive man who was confirmed dead at the scene. The city's mayor confirming the body was found outside of this home in the Barclay neighborhood on Sharrowvale Road. Detectives are now investigating as neighbors wait to hear what happened.
As just things pan out, that's all we want to know.
It's a great neighborhood. I mean, it's family oriented. There's no crime. People walking around all times of day and night. And to have something like this happen, you just don't expect it. It's shocking.
The Camden County Prosecutor's Office says the man found dead was 45-year-old Michael Anthony of Cherry Hill. Neighbors tell us he's lived here for about 4 years and kept to himself, but was always a good neighbor.
I mean, I used to see him running and we would wave. He would run early in the mornings and we would wave. And he was always a friendly guy, never.
Well, at first they blocked off the street, so we knew something was major, and all the neighbors were outside sort of speaking, and they thought maybe it was domestic, so we weren't really sure. But then about 2 hours later, we did see the coroner take the body away.
How are you feeling?
It's very sad. It's very sad.
And investigators were out here all morning up until a few hours ago. They just opened Sharrowvale Road back open to all the cars coming in. Again, we don't know if this is suspicious. Investigators have not said if they believe foul play is involved. It is still very early in this investigation.
Very early and haven't had an update since, right? And the person screamed when they saw him because so much blood. What the hell happened to this guy? You know what I'm saying? Now, it could be a domestic situation. You know, there's different 6 million ways to die. Choose one. There's a lot of ways people can get check out of this earth. I just find it kind of funny. You know what I'm saying? Normally, like, oh, seems like you might have had some gunshots, you know, some stab wounds. They don't say anything about this, right? So we'll see. If they don't say anything about this, then obviously suspicious. I think it's suspicious anyway, right? But you know, I'll be sure to give you updates regarding this situation in Cherry Hill. Dead bodies found on the outside of the house, wanted to be found, right? Was there a robbery? You know, what occurred? And how come the person screaming because it was so much blood? Like, what type of massacre happened on the front lawn of the Cherry Hill? Let's continue. Matter of fact, can you read verse 6? Isaiah 34, verse 6. I just got a couple more videos.
Con. It's the book of Isaiah 30, chapter 34, verse 6. The sword of the Lord is filled with blood. It is made fat with fatness, and with the blood of lambs and goats, with the with the fat of kidneys and rams. For the Lord has sacrificed in Bozrah, and a great slaughter in the land of Adumim.
Okay. So one thing that the cherries do, they will what they call cattle mutilations. You heard of that? You know, you might have seen it on a cartoon or something. They try to spin it, make it seem like it's not such a big deal. But people that's their job. Their job is to raise cattle and sell them. Like they say, this one bull right here, $30,000. That's going to put my youngest son through college, and this bull right here is going to pay the rest of this mortgage. Like that's their job, you know what I mean? They put a bunch of money into these cattle and everything like that. They can be sitting there, going to the house, come back, that thing is gone and dead, and all the blood is 2,000 pounds. I don't know, maybe tons, how many tons or whatever. Drain the blood, face all cut up. You know what I mean? That happens, okay, and that what America doesn't want you to know is that actually happens to people as well. And we will find out whether these are the chariots or something nefarious from our own government. You know, we'll see a body start dropping. Okay. Now let me go. Khan, go ahead.
Hey, shalom, shalom. Yeah, but some Shabbat watch Martha.
Shalom.
So you saying basically, yeah, you believe the chariots did this? The chariots could possibly have, they could possibly be slaying these Edomites, and that's why Esau can't figure it out, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to bring out a precept, but I don't know if I should bring it out now or wait till you finish. But
go ahead.
Just about the terror that the Most High.
Oh, you cutting out.
Said that he would rain down.
Khan, say again.
Can you hear me now?
In the Matrix.
Hold on. What about now? I'm thinking it's the headphones.
Kind, you good?
Hold on, shit.
No, I can hear you, King.
Phone trip. Hold on 1 second.
Kind.
All right, what about now?
Kind, go ahead. A little bit.
Job, let me get Job. What I had? Job chapter 8, 18, and start at verse 5. Salakia for the technical difficulties.
This is the book of Job, chapter 18, verse 5. Yea, the light of the wicked shall be put out, and the spark of his fire shall not shine.
Right. Now we know the wicked, talking about Esau and these other nations, the wicked. Jump to verse 11 real quick.
Verse 11. Terror shall make him afraid on every side.
The Most High is terrorizing these Edomites on the low, and that's why they're terrified. They gotta try to do something. Read.
And shall drive him to his feet. His strength shall be hunger bitten, and destruction shall be ready at his side.
Right. So Esau's seeing this destruction coming, and he's trying to brace for it. He's trying to create a space for us. He's trying to do anything he can do. He doesn't. It's unsolved mysteries happening. Read.
13. It shall devour the strength of his skin. Even the firstborn of death shall devour his strength. His confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle, and it shall bring him to the king of terrors.
Right. So Esau's losing his confidence. He's losing whatever confidence he thought he had, that he really had this thing under control. And he's being brought to the king of terrors in many different ways. So we're just seeing some of these things happening before our eyes. I just want to bring that out.
The water. And so that's why a lot of them can't sleep. They're saying they're getting interviewed by the the news reporters, and they're like, yo, I can't sleep. You know what I'm saying? I was up till 4 in the morning last night. I gotta go to work. I gotta do this, So they're in bad shape right now. You know what I mean? And now they're seeing that the government can't do anything to help them. So people are probably gonna stop paying taxes. Like, what do I need? What am I paying you for? You're supposed to keep me safe from terrorists and all this other stuff. But I got a drone sitting at my house every night for the past month, and you can't even tell me what it is, let alone who it is or what they want, And I'm gonna look into that Cherry Hill because they don't talk about stuff like that. When they find bodies, they're like, yeah, we'll see what it was. You know what I mean? But looking at other reports, there are people that have been found in the most horrible, horrifying conditions of like butchered. You know what I'm saying? So that whole Lyle, God loves everybody and the angels, little Gerber babies, and this, that, and the third, they're here to put in work. They're here to put in massive amount of work. And they're testing people at night. You know what I mean? It says to the wicked, they're giving snares. You know what I mean? You're gonna trip yourself up. To us, we're getting tested. You ever go to sleep and you like, damn, I slept, I went to sleep at like 7 at night, or I had 12 hours of sleep, 8 hours, 9 hours of sleep, but it feels like you didn't have you didn't sleep at all. You know what I mean? And maybe you had a dream about a ride on a chariot. And maybe that dream wasn't even a dream. And maybe you literally were riding on a chariot. And maybe you were asking being interviewed and asked questions. Listen to here, right? Sounds crazy, far-fetched. Trust me, I believe. I understand. But just because it sounds crazy, don't mean it ain't true.
Hey, Salakia, Kasaja, did they say they didn't say the nationality of the person, the body they found, right?
Nah.
I think Cherry Hill is predominantly Esau.
Yeah.
That's damn near like a sundown town.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's real mysterious, man. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? And just somebody dead in front of a house like that with blood all over them and just weird, man. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, on a side note, this might not mean anything, but maybe about an hour or two ago, I just heard all these sirens out here in Willingboro. And I've never heard that. I mean, just a whole bunch of sirens. I mean, like fire, police, just all and different sounds of sirens. Like tons of them. So whatever happened is something major. You know, is whatever happened is something major. But like, you know, in the 4 years I've been out here, I've never even seen a fight. So now I just heard these massive sirens earlier. You know, and I know we live not too far from the firehouse, but it was different type of sirens I was hearing too. I was hearing the police and everything. So it's like, it's just weird energy, man. You know, these drones show up and just weird stuff start happening. And some of the first sightings was out here in Jersey. You know, but more likely than not, now that they're reporting this on a worldwide scale, more likely than not, this is either some big Illuminati drone damn deception, or these are the chariots on the set. And just mysterious things are starting to happen because the angels are not playing. God.
God. All praises about Shabbat God, just got a couple more. Then I'm gonna turn it over to Arya.
Hey, Salakia, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Hey, I got a scripture right quick for what you were saying about
Shabbat Shalom.
About you saying I'm not getting no rest. Let me get Isaiah 48 and 22 right quick.
Is it 48?
Yeah, Khan.
Yeah, Shalom.
Shalom, okay.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 48, verse 2, and I have to say Khan.
22.
Oh, Slack. You said 42?
48 and 22.
Oh, 48 and 22. Khan.
Khan, okay.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 48, verse 22. There is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked.
Right, there's no peace unto the wicked, man. There's no rest unto the wicked. We always have them jokes that Esau always jogging because he getting ready to run. He never stay in the same place. He's always trying to run from what he did. He always trying to run from what the consequences of his parents' actions, the sins of his forefathers. His conscience got him leading in mental health care and the suicide rates. So the chariots now was just even more of a plague and a burden that got him bugging out, man. So whether it be chariots, whether it be psyops and the CIA wilding on themselves, but either way, man, they ain't getting no rest, they ain't getting no peace, man. All praises to the Most High.
Yeah. Oh, praises. You tired? You got your hand up?
Y'all about you know Shabbat down. Shalom. Y'all about you know Shabbat.
Shabbat Shalom.
That I did the research on that situation. It said that he's a local vet with two first names. Michael Anthony, Dr. Michael Anthony, owner of Patton Vet, was found dead outside a home in Sherwood Road in Cherry Hill Tuesday morning. Now they're saying that they don't know what it is, but they got the neighbors saying that he was a good person. They always good. But they said it sounded like the son had like maybe an issue with him, so might be something more of it coming out.
Okay. Maybe his son butchered him
And I'll send it to you. I don't want to.
Con.
Salakia, you're tired. Do they show a picture of him? Is it Esau?
It looks like it is.
Okay,
like you said, that is a sundown town, and you know, it's predominantly, you know, Esau out there. So
Yeah, I've been out there quite a few times. Um, I had an uncle. My uncle lived out there. I don't know how the hell he slipped in there, but my uncle lived out there years ago. But other than that, man, I've been out there a few times. You know, me and Sabalana, and you can tell it's a sundown town. You get that feeling. You see, is predominantly Esau, and you get that Jake be out there. I've seen Jake out there, of course, but you get that sundown town feel. And if any of our people live out there, I can almost bet it's very few of them. You know, I believe my uncle lived there years ago, but that didn't last long. I think he lived there for maybe about a year, and then he was out of there. But yeah, interesting, man. Very interesting. And Salakia, on one more on another note, don't forget that that billionaire Rothschild died in that fire in Hollywood. And they were confounded. They was like, you know, how did the fire even start? You know, like, but the fire just came out of nowhere, like spontaneous combustion. Like, how did this fire even start? They was even suspecting, like, did he set it, like, was it suicide? Did he set his own house on fire so he can die? You know, so it's just like these drones show up and just weird stuff is just happening. Kwame Inshallah.
God, Kwame Inshallah. Like a 7.3 magnitude earthquake in California, tsunami warning, and now in San Francisco, there's a tornado warning. First tornado warning in San Francisco history. By Shaq Al Shai. Somebody said Salakia?
Yeah, kind of. What I find strange is how Esau government say, "Oh well, no, it's not a threat or nothing like that. It don't pose no threat, but we don't know what it is. So how you know it's not a threat? Like it's like the words that they be saying, like people would just read between the lines. Like, how can you trust?"
Khan.
You got cut off at the end, Abner.
Oh, I said, you know, the government is telling people, you know, well, basically dealing with the drone sightings and stuff like that. I think it's the chariots, but we're gonna say drone sightings. How they say, oh, well, we don't know what it is, but it's not a threat, or it's not a threat to public safety. So how can you say that to people if you don't know what it is? That's like me don't know what a lion is, and I see a lion running towards me, and I'm like, well, I don't know what it is, but it's not a threat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy.
Khan. Yeah, the lies and propaganda. That's why I think the lie coming in from Esau is they know exactly what it is. You know what I mean? Because it wouldn't be your country. You can't run your country if you don't know what's coming in your country. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Hey, Salakia. And one more thing. Did y'all see the story of the woman from Hawaii that mysteriously vanished at LAX airport?
Nah.
I'm telling you, it's wild. Now that was the week. I was in Cali for a week. It happened the week that I was there. But the crazy thing was I didn't hear about it until I got back to the East Coast. Right? And I didn't want nobody to worry, but I had a issue with my flight, so I missed my flight. I was damn near in the LAX airport all day. And I think this is around the same day that it happened. This woman, she flew in from Hawaii or somewhere. She mysteriously vanished. So she was missing for about a week. And the last place they got video of her is X, and I think they got a video of her downtown LA. Then her father came, her family flew into LA to look for her, and her father committed suicide.
I think I did hear about that.
Yeah, the father committed suicide, and it's a wild story, but now they got her on video acting strange. It's just wild, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of wild stuff happening out here. Yeah, she was she flew in. I guess they're Jaffet by the names. They're some kind of Hawaiian, but the daughter disappeared. Then the family came looking for her. Then the father, they found his body near the LAX airport in his car. I think he had shot himself in the head, they said. You know, they claim he was depressed about his daughter missing and they couldn't find her. So they found his body parked by LAX airport dead, but they can't find her. She's just missing and they can't find her. This is real. And this was back in November when I was in LA. And I just find it funny. I was in the airport damn near the whole goddamn day because I had to rebook another flight. But I was fine. I studied, caught up on some phone calls. I was fine. I didn't tell too much people. I didn't want nobody worrying. But this happened around that same time I was there. Just weird energy, man. And the Most High, he tells us he would show us strange wonders and signs, man. It's just weird-ish happening, man. But a lot of this is around this so-called drone energy that this stuff is happening. I land on that.
Throughout the other. Yeah. I think, I think Fat Joe said it best, right? He's like, today's price is not yesterday's price, or tomorrow's price is not yesterday's price, or whatever he says, right? But I just say that because today is not like yesterday. Tomorrow is not going to be like today. We're going to get to a certain spot where we're not going back. You know what I'm saying? We're only moving forward, and regardless of whether this is the United States doing this, which would be crazy, you know what I'm saying? Total disrespect of the people and the governments, the local governments and everything like that. So people aren't going to be lining up to vote anymore. Like, man, this government is nuts, right? Or it's the chariots, which I think it is. And people are never going to go back to normal. People really don't believe that chariots exist. Now you have no choice. That dissonance is going to be in your face because you're going to see some amazing things that you've never seen before, right? Two more videos. Actually three. One's not that long. But let's start with Philly. Seen drones over to Philadelphia, and guess what happened? Something crazy. Something always happening crazy, but this is very strange because people, Esau, Jake in the world, Christmas is like a holy time. Like, how dare you do something crazy during Christmas? Well, right in front of City Hall, right in front of where they have the skating ring, right where everybody takes pictures and it's all festive and this, that, and the third, shot it up. Let's watch it.
BC 10 breaking news. They're breaking right now at 6. Police are investigating a double shooting at Dilworth Park in Center City.
It was actually a triple shooting. Another person showed up to the hospital. And just real quick with the triple shooting, one time we had this when Buffalo came down for Juneteenth, right? So, bringing it out, rebuking Juneteenth, and we got together at the end and on Dolphin Street. We was in North Philly hanging out, right? And the Airbnb people said they're gonna call the cops on us, a whole bunch of stuff, right? But interesting about that day was it was a very violent day. It was two, I believe it was two triple shootings that day. And that's what happened yesterday. Two triple shootings, one here in Center City, another one happened in Germantown, right? Ironically, where we had our Passover in Philly. But even though a lot of people get two people shot over here, one person shot over here, two triple shootings that doesn't happen every day. You know what I'm saying? So ironically, that's what happened yesterday. So a lot of violence in the city yesterday.
Happened next to the ice rink on a busy Friday evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Fred Shropshire. Let's get right to NBC 10's Leah Uko. She joins us live from 15th and Market Streets with the very latest from police. Leah.
Hi. Okay. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It's really loud out here, but I want you all to see what the scene looks like. And before we get into the information that Deputy Commissioner Frank Venora just told us, we have police officers out here canvassing the entire area around City Hall, mainly around the ice rink, which is where this happened. There are a lot of canines out here that have been sniffing the entire area. They taped it off. We have a lot of people standing by inside of a restaurant that's still open where people can stay, but they want people to clear out this whole area. And businesses, the owners are telling us they are now trying to debate on whether or not they have to close now that they know two people were shot, a 15-year-old and a 14-year-old who I'm being told was shot in the face. We were told they were taken out of here to the hospital. I want to introduce you to Lily here. Lily, if you could come here and kind of tell us what you were telling us. Lily her and her husband owned Lily Lowe. Am I saying it right? Lily Lowe. Lily Lock Jewelry, which is behind us. She was working her booth, which is right by the skating rink when this happened. Can you kind of tell us what you saw and why you were scared in your words?
We were busy, it was a normal Friday night, and all of a sudden we heard 3 loud shots. We just couldn't believe ourselves. Took us a second, and my husband yelled, and we all ducked down under my table, me and my customers, and we just stayed down for the rest. And he said that they're shooting. Stay down. I even grabbed a couple chairs, metal chairs to cover faces, our heads. It was super scary. My husband said that the police are carrying a couple kids.
He saw the police carry.
I guess he came out a little bit, and he saw the police were carrying kids to the car, and it was very scary. All I saw is people running away, grabbing kids, and everybody was screaming. There was a mess. Everybody was running away. My husband came out and shut one door, and I told him to shut down completely. We just stayed down for the rest, for the good 20 minutes behind the table.
All right, Lily, I'm going to talk with you more off the air, but we've got to send it back to them. But again, two teenagers shot, a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old. This happened around 4:30. This entire area closed off for the time being, and we don't know when police will be able to open it.
Yep. So, ironically, fun fact, my rib was down there 2 hours before this happened. And, I had to take care of business and stuff, so forth, so on. And, they're down there buying and selling and everything like that. So this happened before the sun went down, but close enough. I believe it was like 4:30. It's not even going to stop selling, when the sun goes down. So they're, following after the pagan holidays that most I said don't do. And she was telling me I've been down for a while. People know the story, but I haven't been out. You know what I mean? She said, when you get back out there, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people out there you're gonna be able to talk to because there's a bunch of Edomites down there. You know what I mean? You can rebuke. And 2 hours later, that's what happens. Scattered like roaches. Okay, so two more videos, right? One is from Mayfair. I just want to get through these real quick, y'all. Not real quick, but you know what I mean. Mayfair, a guy tried to blow up the gas station. You don't usually hear that a lot, you know what I'm saying? But in Mayfair was one of the places outside of New Jersey, because most of New Jersey, all the drone sightings were happening, the chariot sightings. They said, they're also in Mayfair, which is like northeast Philly. And look what happens up Mayfair. Con. Slovakia.
The 37-year-old man is now facing arson charges after damaging several gas pumps at a Wawa in Mayfair. It happened just after midnight. The 7000 block of East Roosevelt Boulevard. Police say Roosevelt de Silva damaged a number of pumps there, even lighting a fire between two of them. That fire was quickly extinguished by the fire department. De Silva was taken into custody right there at the scene.
So I say that to say, you know, Mayfair not always making the news. You know what I'm saying? Now you got somebody that's an arson that's trying to light a fire at a gas station. I ain't never heard that before. You know, normally the arsons get the gas and then they go somewhere else and light the gas, you know, lights the place on fire. He tried to light the daggone gas station on fire. So stuff that doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. I don't hear it happening. I don't hear it happening. Shooting up the Christmas village or whatever they call it down there, that's like blasphemy to these Edomites and Jake. You know what I mean? They're all about Christmas. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's in front of City Hall, where you know our camp spot is. But that's literally in front of City Hall. We're across the street from City Hall. That's literally for 20 yards from where the mayor goes to work, and 20 yards from where the police station is. It's literally a police station in City Hall. So 3 people shot, that doesn't happen a lot. Okay. So
Shalom.
yeah, shalom.
Salakia, just 2 quick points. I noticed as soon as the news report started, it said 15th and Market. The camp spot, you can't make this up.
God.
Yeah. Marty said there's a lot of people down there, but the Most High said, I'm about to bring some judgment. You can't make this up, Bob. Right across the street. I know exactly where that's at. I know exactly what I said. That's they have the ice rink there and everything. That's right there off the camp spot. Right? So y'all notice many times that we came to Philly and we turned on the corner, and even when y'all out there, you see these packs of young Jakes and Eve come through. Packs and packs of them. But I noticed they never really bothered the camp. They never bothered us. Sometimes even some of them will come and stop and even agree with us. They be like, yo, man, you need to listen to them brothers, man. They speaking truth. You know what I'm saying? They'll never bother us. They'll invade Wawa. They'll fight amongst each other. Now these little Negroes is shooting each other in the face in broad daylight on a damn Friday. But I noticed every time there was a pack of young teenagers that I think they call them flash mobs on the internet. Somebody will tweet, yo, we're gonna meet up downtown, and like 50 of them or 100 of them will show up at a location. But many times packs of them have passed by the camp and everything. They never bothered the camp. Even the night, you know, the other video with Gabar Ash, the little clip, and then they had like a wild Halloween type riot out there. But it's crazy how that's why the camps are not in vain. You go out there on certain corners and blocks and you put that vibration of the word of the Most High out, and judgment happens, man. You know, these drones, well, Philly don't need a damn drone. Philly is wild. Philly is wild already. They don't need no damn drones. But the Most High just bring in judgment, man. But a lot of it is these young Jakes, man. Sometimes I'll be looking up like different hoods, and there's always some young Jakes, yo, this is our hood, and we protect our block, and they just young and simple, man. You know what I'm saying? But I notice a lot of times they'll see us out there and they'll just be like, yo, that's the brothers, keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? They won't really come nowhere near the camp, and a lot of times they just even agreeing with us. You know what I'm saying? Somebody real quick, just get Isaiah 9 and the Lord shall have no joy in your young men. The first thing I heard was 15th and Market. They said to the city, but they was like 15th and Market. You can't make this up, man. Right there by the camp spot.
Yeah.
Right? And I go to show you a lot of times too, we'll teach in these areas, and like when we leave, you know, the Most High would just bring judgment. Or sometimes right there in front of the camp. You know, y'all seen a couple of times we was on Hollywood and Highland, and Edomites committing suicide, and Edomites getting jumped by Jake right in front of the camp, right there while we teaching. Instant judgment right there while we teaching. And the Edomite that got jumped by Jake, he was scoffing and threatening us like 10 minutes before that.
Mm.
And them gangbangers they gave him the business, man. And the LAPD, they tried to come and lock us up. But we was like, look, we had to do it that we was teaching. So a lot of times, right where we're teaching, the Most High will bring judgment right there on the spot. So his word don't go out. The Most High be showing us, look, I'm going to bring judgment right where y'all was prophesying at. Right? Isaiah 9, who got it?
This is the book of Isaiah 9, chapter 9 and verse 19. When I have a say, Con.
Con.
Therefore, the Lord shall have no joy in their young men, neither shall have mercy on their fatherless and widows.
See that? The Most High said he's going to have no mercy on their young men. Jake, you 14, 15 years old. You should be somewhere home with your family, getting ready for the Shabbat. You know what I'm saying? And getting ready to send up some prayers at sundown, burn some frank and myrrh, and maybe get edified by some videos. Why are you out in downtown Philly shooting each other in the face? So the Most High said, what? Read it again from the top, Isaiah 9.
Con. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 17. Therefore, the Lord shall have no joy in their young men.
Start at 16.
Con. Isaiah 9 and 16. For the leaders of this people cause them to err.
And a lot of it is this leadership, man. The leaders of this people cause them to error. Go ahead.
And they that are led of them are destroyed.
The Lord said, they that are led of them are destroyed. And they're leading with this rap music now, this drill and this. Even though the Lord damn near did away with drill, because so many of these drill rappers got killed or locked up, but our people, the youth, are being led, man. They're being led by nothing really, just niggerism in this so-called rap industry. They're being led by this music, man. And this music is putting them under satanic vibrations to just kill each other. Right, go ahead.
Therefore, the Lord shall have no joy in their young men, neither shall have mercy on their fatherless and widows.
The Lord said, look, he's not going to have no mercy on the young men. It's part of the curses. These brothers are out there shooting each other in the face. And like I said, with Philly, whether it's a drone or not, them niggas be wilding. The Lord said he will have no joy in the young men. Neither will he have mercy on the fatherless or widows. Because what a lot of these young brothers are being raised in single parent homes. A lot of times single mothers, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? And it's the curse, but the Lord said he's still not having mercy. This is the harsh punishment upon our people for us to say, look, we got to repent, come back to the laws, and get our households back in order. So my son ain't going to be out there 14, 15 years old shooting another Israelite in the face, down there some damn Christmas shopping area. No, it's about to be the Shabbat. He going to have his behind home being in order. But these are the curses that's on us as a people. And the Lord said he's not going to have no mercy on the fatherless or the widow. He not having no mercy. He not having no joy in a lot of these young men. Just like up in New York, I was bringing out on the other class or at the camp, man. These November, December, it's been massive shootings. Nothing but these young Jakes shooting each other up in New York. Every other day on the news, 15, 16, 14, all throughout November and especially November. And now, we into the second week in December. Some other young drill rapper got killed. So these are the curses on the youth, man. But the Most High said, look, he's not going to have no mercy. So our people going to go through it. Also, with that gas station being set on fire, who does or attempted? Who does that? That's instant suicide.
Yeah, right.
Are you serious? And that guy looked like his last name was Silver. I think that's Northern Kingdom. Everybody just bug it out. Yo, who the hell set a gas station on fire? That's instant suicide. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of crazy stuff happening in this earth. Like I said, man, we even without the drones, but the drones showed up. So the drones showed up, Salaki, and people it's just turning mad. And like you said, a double, triple shooting, that doesn't happen all the time. You'll have there'll be like Chicago. There was 54 shootings this weekend. one here, 7 there, whatever. But a double, triple shooting, that doesn't happen on a regular. But people are losing their damn mind. You don't hear no Mayfair, Wayfair, whatever it is, on the news. You hear Philly all the damn time, but who wants to set a gas station on fire? Complete madness. But signs of the times that we're living in. I'll land on that. Kwame Shala.
God, Kwame Shala. What elder. And it remind me that when we were out there, right, we were on 52nd and Pine, bringing it out, rebuking Juneteenth, the day that the double, triple shooting happened. And some dude, y'all remember, y'all was out there, you remember, some guy walked by, main man looked like Blade. You know what I mean? Like Wesley Snipes' Blade, sharp, you know what I mean? All black boots, everything, and a pistol on his hip that looked brand new out the box. That's what blew my mind. Not seeing a guy walk around with a gun on his hip. That's, you don't see that in Philly anyway, because it's not supposed to be an open carry. It is an open carry state, but they made their own rules in Philly where, okay, yeah, the federal government might say you can carry it open carry, but when we arrest you, you're gonna have to worry about that later. You know what I'm saying? So you could carry it at your own risk, but you're gonna go to jail. They don't bother Esau when Esau's doing the Second Amendment rallies downtown and at the Fifth and Market and all that. But if you're on 52nd Street walking around with an open carry, you're going to go to jail, right? Or they'll just bother you, take your gun, and just make your life miserable. This guy had a brand new gun. I'm like, that gun looks nice. You know what I mean? Nice, big John, 4-pound, 40 cal, whatever it was. And he just walking like Blade towards Lansdowne Avenue where the triple shooting happened, right in front of the camp. So we looking like, y'all see that dude with that gun? Everybody like, yeah, I see it. You know what I mean? But come to find out later after the camp, we found out all these shootings were happening around the city. We're like, remember that guy that looked like Blade? And yeah. So there's a lot of spiritual things going on, you know what I mean, that you got to keep in mind. And of course, like, your phone has memories or whatever. The memory pops up when I wake up this morning and it's a picture of Elder Zabak and everybody down at 12th and Dolphin at the place. I don't think it's still on here, but you really can't make, it's off now. You can't make this stuff up. It's not even like a yearly, it's Juneteenth again. Man, it's December something. So God letting us know that things are happening. And also in Mayfair, a bad car accident happened. So 6 million ways to die, choose one. And the guy got ejected out the car. That's the only reason it made the news, because, somebody's not in their car no more. They ejected out. So Mayfair made the news. It's not like necessarily a bad section of the city. Okay. Now let's continue on. A couple more videos. Something else I wanted to say. It'll come to me, but for right now, let's continue on. This is Southern California.
First on the East Coast, now mysterious objects are being spotted on the West Coast, Temecula to be specific, leaving residents buzzing.
Christy Fajardo joining us live with the update there. Christy.
Yeah, Christine and Susan, is very much a mystery. The Biden administration has said that multiple agencies, including the FBI, are investigating the sightings, but says it's possible that much of what people are seeing are actually manned aircraft. But people who live here in Temecula say they're used to seeing helicopters and planes from nearby Camp Pendleton, and they say what they saw was quiet, and one had the video to prove it.
I think the public has a right to know what is flying above the skies and what the purpose is.
This is what Brian Dirk saw over his Temecula backyard yesterday evening, but he's not the only one who saw it. There are multiple social media videos just like his from South Riverside County. And listen closely. Witnesses say whatever it was didn't make a sound.
We saw two that came directly overhead our backyard in South Temecula here, and then we've seen a bunch across the horizon.
I looked up because it was coming now right over top of me, and it was quiet,
It didn't make any noise.
Melinda Peters saw them last night too in Temecula, which is a mountain range away from Camp Pendleton. The Marine base sent a written statement that reads in part, "We are aware of the drones that are flying over Temecula. They are not associated and do not impact Camp Pendleton's training and operations." But the base command did not elaborate on who might be flying them.
I don't think that it's regular off-the-shelf drones that are being flown around, at least here. Based on what we saw, it was a pretty good size, almost the size of like maybe a smaller vehicle or car.
It's similar to videos taken in the skies above New Jersey last month.
Yeah, that's no plane.
Prompting security concerns and this response from the Biden administration.
These are not U.S. military drones. What our initial assessment here is that these are not drones or activities coming from a foreign entity or adversary.
But in Temecula, people we spoke with say they are certain they saw drones and just want to know if a business or a government agency or who else might be behind them.
You would think that they'd let people know so that, because like I said, it's become this big thing.
So you heard Camp Pendleton says those drones were not theirs. We also reached out to the Forest Service because the Cleveland National Forest is nearby. They say it wasn't them either. SoCal Edison does confirm they did fly drones yesterday, but they say that was near Menifee and Murrieta and not after dark, so you can rule them out as well. The one agency, though, we have not heard back from is the FAA. We'll keep you posted. Live in Temecula, I'm Chrissy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
All right, let's get Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 3. I had another point that eludes me at this point, but I think y'all get the picture. There's a lot going on, you know what I mean? To say the least. We were talking about that yesterday. There's so much going on. What do you talk about? 7.3 magnitude earthquake in California, first time tornado watch in San Francisco, 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Nevada, 6.1 magnitude earthquake in Alaska, 6.4 magnitude earthquake in Chile, 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Iran. I can keep going. You know what I'm saying? It's constant earthquake in diverse places, pestilence. You know what I mean? They supposed to have not weapon X, but disease X, you know what I mean? Somewhere in the Congo, killing people, and it's a lot. It's a lot. Let's continue on. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 15, verse 3.
Look at Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 3. We don't have a second. Verse 3. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good.
So one thing that I'm clear on in myself is that they're always in the sky somewhere. You know what I'm saying? We just can't see them. They can blink out in a heartbeat, and they're 1 second, gone the next. But the fact that they're allowing us to see them, and not just us as the Israelites, but the world, man, we're entering into some interesting times. Okay. Now let's watch this next video.
There's mounting frustration over the government's lack of answers on the mysterious drones flying over the East Coast right now. Lawmakers spent this week combing through what little is really known about them right now. The Pentagon saying they're not ours. FBI and Homeland Security say they don't appear foreign or from an enemy. And there's been no threat to the public. Joining me now is News Nation special correspondent Ross Coulthart. Ross, good morning to you. It's like no matter what way you slice it, we got a problem, right? If it's Russia or Iran behind it, there's a problem. If we simply don't know who it is, that's a problem.
Well, good morning, firstly, and can I say, let's hope it's aliens, because if it's Russia or China, we have a very serious problem. And this is the issue. The government has now admitted that we are of the view that it's not a foreign adversary government, a foreign adversary of any kind, and moreover, it's not US technology, US government technology or US military technology, which doesn't leave very much. All it leaves is the possibility of some dissident rogue group in government or maybe some private contractor that's doing the wrong thing. It really does put us in an extraordinary position because what's happening at the moment, Marky, is I'm being besieged with angry people from places, not just New Jersey, but all over the United States, who are telling me that they're really angry that the White House has suggested that this is a misidentification. Unfortunately, yesterday, Admiral John Kirby, the national security spokesman, pushed the line that people in New Jersey particularly are misidentifying manned aircraft all the time for these drones and suggesting that there's something anomalous about them. And people in New Jersey are very angry because they've seen these things for themselves. They know they're not normal drones. They're seeing them do increasingly weird things. They want answers and they don't like being gaslit by the White House.
Yeah, and there were just sightings in California, right, Temecula. So this is now no longer just a New Jersey East Coast problem, Ross.
It never has been. And again, there's been some very clever spin on this, but this has been an event that's been happening all over the world, Marky. It started a few weeks ago in England, over 2 major RAF bases, Royal Air Force bases in England. But I'm getting reports from here in Australia, where I am, China, Russia, parts of Europe. There are sightings happening all over the world of extraordinary so-called drones or objects that appear to look like drones. And incredibly, the government here cannot give us any answers. They seem unable to provide a simple explanation for what these objects are.
And do you believe
people
them?
are now starting to get concerned.
Do you believe them when they say we don't know? It's like, how can you tell us that we're safe? It's not a foreign adversary behind the controls of these things when you're also at the exact same moment unable to give us any more to chew on or work with.
Exactly. How can they possibly make any kind of assertion that it's safe, that there's no national security threat, there's no public safety threat, and that it's not a foreign adversary? They must know something more. And I think a lot of people are getting angry that the government's not being fully transparent about what it knows. They want answers. And so do people in Congress, senators, congressmen. They're now starting to really rattle the cage. And as we all know, folk from New Jersey aren't reticent in saying what they think.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised more people aren't just, taking them out themselves in their own backyards, Ross. I know that's been floated out by some senators too. Lastly, before I let you go, you're going to be hosting the special for us this weekend, right? What you got cooking and who can we expect to hear from?
We've got quite a major investigation into this whole saga. We've got local politicians.
Okay, so there that is, September. I mean, that's August, not September. Saturday tonight at 9, News Nation special. I think it'll be on YouTube. Let me hear what the rest of you has to say.
We've got interviews with experts, technical experts on the ground, and we're taking you on the ground for the latest information on what's behind these mystery drones.
Yeah, so if the government says it's not them, if the government says it's not an adversary, if the government says they don't know what this is, it really kind of brings things down to like either they're just lying through their teeth and that's eventually going to come out that they're lying, or they're telling the truth. That's the thing that people don't want to think about, that they're actually telling the truth and this is legit. You know what I'm saying? So it really narrows it down, the scope of who this is and who this could be. Now, the last video is not a full video. It's a segment. Talks about camping and abandoned houses and stuff like that, right? So this one camping video, you're gonna see something that I don't think you've ever seen, because I haven't seen it before. Do you know what I'm saying? On camera. So it's something that we talk about a lot, that you prepare yourself for seeing things you have never seen before, experience some things you've never experienced before. One thing that's happened in New Jersey, that is saying, oh, the drones crashed. I never believed the chariots can crash, because they can see what's happening before things happen. So it's not like, oh, I ran into these power lines and I crashed. No, that's not what happens. Okay, but landing is something totally different. Now, just like last year in Las Vegas, when Chariot landed in a guy named 10 Tribes, name was Angel, in his backyard, you know, a lot of hysteria off that, and whether it was true or not, this, that, and the third. But when they started landing and start walking around like the elder was talking about with black eyes, people with black eyes and stuff like that, then you're gonna know that there's a judgment coming place. You know what I'm saying? That's when now's the time to pray, repent, and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? But you definitely want to do that at that time as well because they're coming for vengeance. You know what I'm saying? You can look up this guy named David M. Jacobs. I know I talk about him a lot because he's one of the leading researchers in this whole so-called UFO alien abduction research, and he does a lot of hypnosis, and the things that Esau comes back with is like, damn, they really be beating y'all up there. It's like they grip them up, beat them up, throw them back down. And times different. Travis Walton, when he got abducted and taken on the craft, he thought he was there for a couple hours. He was there for 5 days. you know? So who knows what's happening right now to Esau and they're getting beat up and all that. We're going to find out. Okay. So when things start coming out, you're not going to see it necessarily on CNN or MSNBC. It'll be on, social media, uh, eyewitness reports where some people, don't believe anything people say. But, got to filter through. Don't believe everything. Some things, everybody's not lying. So, um, like I said, I'll figure that out and the best I can, best of my ability, and bring it to the stage. Last video. Now, tell me if you ever seen anything like this before. You know what I mean? And what if you've seen it in real life? What would life be like after that?
Camera many times, and
let's see. So you kind of, gives you a detail like what's going to happen. This isn't what
It's chilling and
yeah, some people film stuff like this all the time and they have a whole list of YouTube videos with stuff like this. This guy, as he's going to explain, I'm not into these things. I'm into like nature and happy stuff and all that, but look what visits him.
This chilling and unexplainable video was captured by Faisal, a 78-year-old adventurer with a profound love for the great outdoors. On his YouTube channel, Voyager Overland, Faisal shares breathtaking footage of his journeys, showcasing some of the most stunning and remote places in nature. Known for documenting the beauty of the wilderness to share with his audience, this time, Faisal captured something that he would never forget.
so Gene and I are out on yet another adventure. And last time we were out, I caught some.
Let's get Wisdom of Solomon 17 and 3. We'll have that on deck for after this, okay?
Footage that, quite frankly, has me a little spooked. And I haven't quite decided if I want to show it yet. Now, it's not the first time that I catch something in the background while we're recording. Like a deer that we didn't notice, or some hikers that we didn't see while we were busy winching the Jeeps out of a mud hole or something. But this was different. Now, I don't understand what I saw and I can't explain it. So if you have seen anything like it, please feel free to let me know what you think.
It was a sunny day on October 26th, 2024, when Faisal, his wife Jean, and their 2 grandkids set out on yet another adventure. Their destination? Ruby Falls, nestled in the breathtaking Alberta Rockies. They eventually set up camp, pitching their tents and settling in for the night. But before fully settling in, he decided to set up a trail camera.
Putting out a trail cam at night, hoping to catch some wildlife around camp while we're sleeping. And with my granddaughter, who just loves wildlife. How cool could it be if I could show her some night pictures of what's walking around at night while we're sleeping? Now, I must admit, I haven't had any luck so far. I've put out the camera many times and never captured any footage. But tonight was different.
Faisal decided to set up his night vision camera, hoping to capture some wildlife footage for his granddaughter. Little did he know, he was about to record something far more terrifying and unsettling. Let's have a look at it.
Hell nah.
Camera captured a ghostly figure with glowing eyes that pierced through the darkness. The figure appeared to wander around their campsite. But what made it even more chilling was that, upon noticing the camera, it approached, its face coming fully into view. The next morning, Faisal was shocked by what the trail camera had captured. He had no rational explanation for the eerie figure, and the footage left him feeling deeply uneasy. He told his viewers he chose not to show the video to his grandkids. It was simply too terrifying to watch. When Faisal uploaded the video to his YouTube channel, it went viral almost instantly, sparking debate and speculation. No one has been able to definitively explain what was captured, only deepening the mystery. But what if you discovered it wasn't a ghost walking past your campsite, but a person?
All right. So, I mean, if you think, that's not real, that can't be true. I would actually say you're very naive. You know what I mean? Then you're going to be really caught off guard when you start seeing things like that on a daily basis. You know what I mean? So, might want to condition yourself that these things do happen, and it's written in the scriptures as well. Let's bring that out. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17.
God, this is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, in the Apocrypha, chapter 17, verse 3. We don't have a say, come. Verse 3. For while they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions.
So those strange apparitions that he's talking about, that thing, it went from, if you watch the video, we're gonna put it on again. You can rewind this if you want to watch it again. It went to the car, and it obviously knew it was being taped. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just like, oh, I just figured this out. You know what I mean? This is like almost I'll say just like the chariots, the way they're just showing themselves, you know what I mean? Not trying to hide, or maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Nah, that's kind of cut and dry. And with that apparition, it looked at the camera and then blinked out and was halfway from where it was to halfway to the camera, blinked out again, and then is in front of the camera. So it makes you think, if you're out there camping or you're in your house and you say you saw something out of the corner of your eye, you probably did see something out of the corner of your eye. You know what I'm saying? These things are everywhere. But what we got to do is have protection against, you know what I mean? Have the good, the good angels around us, you know what I'm saying? And surround us and protect us. And, you know, um, rather than, be subjected to, those things being right next to you, like it was right next to the camera. We put on videos where people are asleep and they've been dragged out of their bed. You know what I mean? On camera, they have cameras in their room, and you see a black shadow come over there and drag them out of their bed. Esau's not going to have that protection. They don't have access to that protection. We have access. So what we got to do is follow these laws, statutes, commandments, be very serious and be very aware and be very focused, because what if you say, God, help me, I need help. And God's like, I'm not helping you. You never listened to anything I ever said before. You never did anything I asked you to do. Now you need my help. I'm sure you do. Good luck. That's a cold joint, man. And that's something that I don't want to be a part of. I don't want to feel with that, you know, the feeling of God rejecting you, Yahweh rejecting you. So let's play it forward. Not necessarily play forward. Let's pretend this is Back to the Future. You say, you know what I mean? We see what could potentially happen, and let's eliminate it. Let's just stay focused. Repent. This is a perfect day to repent. It's the Sabbath. Reading scriptures. We all here together. You know what I mean? Take the time to repent. Repent daily, hourly, minutely, whatever you have to do, so you can get that level of protection when all hell breaks loose. And if you've been paying attention, that time is coming soon. Okay. But that's what I have for today. Aria, are you available?
Khan, Shalom, King.
Shalom, King.
Can you hear me?
Khan. Are you King? Shalom.
Khan, Shalom. Hey, Shalom, family. Ashar Shabbat. Happy Sabbath. All praise
Shalom.
Yahweh Shemil Shai.
Shalom.
Shabbat.
Shabbat. A beautiful class from Kasadia. Let me just throw one precept in real quick. Let me get Zechariah chapter 5 and verse 1. And then my topic we're touching on is, if a lot of people see what's going on in Chicago with Donald Trump, he got his right hand man, Thunder Dan, Mr. Tom Homan, the Border Patrol czar, the deporter of immigrants, the destroyer of Israel, all of his titles they giving him. Right. So we're gonna talk about that. But let me get a quick precept pertaining to the chariots real quick. Zechariah chapter 5, verse 1. Bring it out when you got it, King.
Come on, this is the book of Zechariah, chapter 5, verse 1. Then I turned and lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, a flying road.
Right. That flying road is symbolized the chariots, right? I heard a lot of different takes on it as well too. But I know one thing for damn sure. Them chariots is all throughout the earth watching this devil. And he knows it. Right? There's so many videos and articles about it. They had like 100 pilots that died, from so-called unexpected aircrafts and all of this stuff. So many different stories. So he knows these things are real. So he's trying to get ahead of it. Like what Maccabee said earlier with the Project Bluebeam, causing confusion and all of this stuff. Now jump to verse 3, Ak.
Come on, verse 3. Then said he unto me, this is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the earth, the whole earth. For everyone that stealeth shall be cut off, as on this side according to it.
Right. And now hold it right there. Who's the biggest thief on this earth? Who's the biggest thief, man? Who's the biggest robber? The stealer of nations, of man's souls, cultures, languages, customs, right? Beliefs. Who's the biggest thief? That's America, Esau. Read on.
And everyone that sweareth shall be cut off, as on that side according to it.
Right, read on.
I will bring it forth, says the Lord of hosts, and it shall enter into the house of the thief, and into the house of him that sweareth falsely by my name.
Right, the house of the thief is speaking about America. Right, read on.
And it shall remain in the midst of his house, and shall consume it with the timber thereof and the stones thereof.
Right. So it's saying the chariot shall be here in America. It's going to stay in the midst. It ain't going nowhere until this place is consumed and destroyed with thermonuclear fire. Khan? These chariots ain't going nowhere. And this man knows it. Let me get one more. Let me get Sirach 23 in verse 19. I'm not talking about what people talking about the drones, or it might be different speculations going on in Jersey. I'm talking about the chariots of God. I'm talking about the chariots that go from the third heaven through the portal and shows up in the earth looking like orbs, looking like the size of cars, looking like looking like little light bulbs or whatever. Can turn to any different size, right? And he knows that. And they're here for one job. They're here to watch, observe, see all the wickedness that's going on, taking notes, same as with the angels in the time of Genesis 19. The angels that came to Abraham and they seen Sodom and Gomorrah and they witnessed it. They witnessed the wickedness that was going on. And then after they left, what happened? The Lord brought fire and brimstone. And America is 100 times worse. All right. Bring it out, King. Sirach 23 and verse 19.
Come on, this is the book of Sirach, in the Apocrypha known as Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23 and verse 19. Such a man only fears the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10 times brighter than the sun.
Now we could use that as the eyes of the Lord, 10 times brighter than the sun. He sees all things. The thoughts of men, their secret thoughts, the hidden deep things they have done, the sins and everything. But also you could tie that in to with the chariots, right? The angels are the eyes of the Lord as well, too. They're watching everything that's going on. And it's funny because on Thanksgiving, as they would call Thanksgiving, Day of Thanksgiving, they said the chariots pulled up on the White House. And when I seen that, I was laughing, man. And I know exactly why. Because people forget you celebrated the slaughter and the murder of the Native and Seminole Indians on this land in America that was called Arsharif, filled with blood, right? All throughout the land, the soils and everything. And the people is mocking their own people, their own brothers and sisters. Some people don't even know that they're Gadites or Reubenites, but they think they might be Judites. And you still want to partake in Thanksgiving and all these wicked holidays and feasts and festivals and everything, not knowing that you partaking in wickedness, right? So now it's funny. The chariots pulled up, especially on Thanksgiving Day, right in front of the Capitol of the White House. And they said they just started popping up out of nowhere. What you think is going on? They're witnessing everything that's happening, and they're taking notes, bringing it back to the Lord, right? And they're watching people stuffing their damn mouth with like the elder was saying, with butterball turkey.
Turkey.
Not even knowing. Now you know why that extra flavor is there, or that what they say in the restaurant, the special sauce. Lord of mercy, man. Right? So the people is doing all of this, and the Lord is watching everything. He's taking notes of all things. And it's mockery. Why? Because you're on stolen land. Esau is on stolen land. And he want to talk about we're gonna gather the immigrants, we're gonna deport them, we're gonna get them out of here. This is our country. Well, that's BS, man. And let's see why. Let me get Sirach chapter 12 and verse 10 real quick, King. Sirach chapter 12 and verse 10.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 12 and verse 10. Never trust thy enemy, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
Right. So as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. So now I'm gonna show y'all a couple of videos. This the guy that I was talking about. Name is Tom Homan. This guy is wild. Let me see. Okay. All right. Let me start with this one.
U.S. President-elect Trump's incoming border czar vowing to make Chicago ground zero for mass deportations.
And WGN's Julian Cruz reports on the governor's reaction and plans to push back.
Good evening. Tom Homan touching on a hot-button issue, drawing strong reaction from across the political spectrum. President-elect Donald Trump's border czar speaking at a Christmas party last night, sponsored by a group of Chicago Republicans and the Law and Order PAC.
January 21st, we're going to take this country back.
Yes. Tom Homan setting his sights on Chicago, pointing to Donald Trump's campaign promise to deport the undocumented.
I want to be clear. If you're in the country legally, you're not off the table.
Among those attending, Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez arguing for the elimination of Chicago's sanctuary city status.
Change the welcoming city ordinance so that we are not giving sanctuary to those individuals who, once they are here, choose to willingly engage in criminal, dangerous activity.
Homan calling on Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker not to impede the Trump administration's deportation efforts, but a spokesperson for Pritzker in a written statement pushing back. Rather than responding to every ridiculous boast from Trump lackeys, Governor Pritzker is focused on what he was focused on during the first Trump term, leading our state with competence instead of chaos. U.S. Representative Delia Ramirez, the daughter of immigrants, reacting as well. Tom Homan, the next time you come to Illinois District 3, a district made stronger and more powerful by immigrants, you better be ready to meet the resistance. Democratic senators on Capitol Hill, including Illinois' Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth, urging President Joe Biden to take executive action to protect immigrant families. Mass deportations would jeopardize the safety and security of millions of mixed-status families, the senators say, sowing deep distrust and fear in the communities we represent and destabilize the U.S. economy. The people at Chicago's Resurrection Project deeply concerned about the community they serve, which includes the Dreamers, the hundreds of thousands of children nationwide who were brought to the U.S. by their parents.
Folks are fearful about the mental health implications that this may have on their children.
Ere Rendon says the best defense is for immigrants to know their rights. How mass deportations could impact local law enforcement, an unanswered question. The Cook County Sheriff's Office monitoring discussions surrounding the issue of mass deportations. In a written statement tonight, Matt Wahlberg with the Sheriff's Office saying, quote, under both current Cook County ordinance and state law, the Sheriff's Office is limited in its ability to perform federal duties.
Yeah, Tom Homan is an Edomite. They call the border czar, right? So part of the history of Tom Homan, a lot of people don't know. Probably people in the government, but a lot of people don't know. He was the previous director of ICE. And ICE is speaking about, the immigration, police task force that was sent towards migrants or immigrants to lock up in prison, put them in, little camps, jails, or whatever this stuff, right? So he was the previous director of ICE. So he was working during the Obama administration. So now Trump brought him back in, and listen, man, this devil, boy, you talk about hate. He hates Issachar, right? He has a innate like anger, like ferocity. He hates Issachar, and he talked about migrants and all of this stuff. There was a movie that was called American Sound of Freedom, and it was directed by Edomite, right? And the Edomite was talking about in the movie how America is the main people that was in control of child trafficking. And he put it throughout the movie. When that Edomite made that movie, they tried to shut it down. They started, destroying his image and all of this stuff and talking about, the guy is crazy. This is just speculation. We can't prove this is true or none of this stuff. And that's just what the Edomite making the movie about it. Right? The movie's called Sound of Freedom. And he was basically talking about, and he was an ex CIA agent, whatever, right? So they got mad. And then there was another video that came out, and it was speaking about the Edomite woman where she brought out information, and she said she used to work for the government. She was at court. She said she found out that America is the #1 leading, right, when it comes to child sex trafficking. They're the #1 leading in like peddling, as in being the middleman to help like people in Mexico, people in South America, all of this stuff. America is the one that controls everything. They controls the market, right? And unexpectedly, I think the lady got fired too as well. So now they're talking about border patrol and trying to protect the border, and they got to deport the migrants and get them out of this country. But the funny thing about it is North and South America, this all belongs to the Northern Kingdom, right? Even Mexico, the size of Mexico right now is smaller compared to how it was before. Before, it was double the size. And part of Mexico was Arizona and also I think it was Florida. That was all part of Mexico. So now they bringing it down. Now they talking about, the immigrants, they got to get them up out of here, and we got to set up a border and all of this stuff. You cross this border and now you're a legal immigrant. Now you're going to get arrested. And we're going to ship you back to your country. But once again, North and South America belong to the Northern Kingdom. King, let me get 2 Esdras chapter 13 real quick.
Hey, Salakia King. Also
Go ahead, King.
Texas and California.
Texas too. Khan, water.
Khan.
Right, Khan. Yeah, I got a video for that as well too. The sister's going to talk about it. Also Texas and California as well too. Khan, the water King. Let me get 2 Esdras chapter 13 and verse number 40. You got it, King.
Come. This book of 2 Esdras, chapter 13, verse 40. Those are the 10 tribes, which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmasar, the king of Assyria.
Yeah, Salmanessar, the king of Assyria. Go ahead, King.
Led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they will leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into the further country, where never mankind dwelt, that they might keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered unto Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and held still the flood, till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely, of a year and a half, and the same region is called Ashereth.
Right. So the same region is called Arsareth, right? If you look it up, it even talks about it with the Jewish Encyclopedia. They talk about Arsareth, and they say Arsareth, known as today, is America. Right. So it says Arsareth is known as America today. So the same place that the Lord had them, travel over to, which is called Arsareth, was also known as America today. So now, and also what's funny, they talk about the Native and Seminole Indians. They talk about the chiefs, like Chief Sitting Bull. There was also Chief Joseph, right? And they had a history of Chief Joseph, and they said he had still information and history passed down from his family about them traveling from Assyria to come to North America, right? And he still had the history of the information of the Assyrians, of his family being put in Assyrian captivity, passed on down through his family. And it's speaking about Chief Joseph. So when Esau came against the Gad and the Reubenites, it wasn't just to take the land, right? They also wanted to destroy the information. They also wanted to destroy their history, all right? They also wanted to destroy their customs. That's why they threw them into their boarding schools, to take away their heritage, their knowledge of who they are, cut off their hair, right? Reteach them a new language, English. Destroy the language that they were speaking before previously, which was Hebrew. And they had different dialects of Hebrew, all right? So it says they came over to Arsareth, which is America. So when Esau said, this is our land, this is not your land. This is Northern and Southern Kingdom's land. So this guy right here, the border czar, he want to throw the people out. He want to kick them out, right? Let me get Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 17. And let me show the next video. And bring it out when you got it, King. Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 17.
Come. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 27 and verse 17. Let's get it right there. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say, Amen.
Right. Curse is you that you steal another person's land, and you remove their landmark. And that ties into the 1830 Indian Removal Act, where you pushed the Northern and Southern Kingdom out of their own land. The Gadites, you pushed them out of their own land. And then you took their land and you sold it for change. $5, $10. And you only sold it to who? to your own compatriots, the Edomites, the settlers, or who America calls the quote unquote the pilgrims. All right. And that's where you get your $5 Indian. Because what? They wanted to graft themselves in as being owners of the land. So they said, "Oh, I got a little Indian in my family." Right? I'm the tribe of Choctaw or Cherokee. Right? I'm a little pale, but I'm Cherokee. You a damn liar. You stole the land. And then now you got the nerve to talk about we're gonna kick them out, we're gonna set up borders, we're gonna throw them in detentions, whoever don't belong here legally. All right, let me show y'all this next video. All right. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Share.
I have a question, and this is gonna ruffle some. I have a question, and this is gonna ruffle some feathers. For those people saying you immigrants need to go back to your country, you guys need to go back to where you guys came from. Where exactly are you guys talking about? Because I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys took history classes, but Mexico used to own California, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, a lot of places, right? So where exactly are we supposed to go if we were part of Mexico before? The real immigrants here are those that are pointing fingers. You guys are the immigrants. You guys invaded Mexico because no. I don't know who let you guys, but United States did not buy Mexico. You guys invaded Mexico and you guys took the land from Mexico, which is a total different story. You guys did not buy Mexico once again. You guys invaded Mexico. Well, I guess your ancestors, not you guys, obviously. So when you guys sit there and say Mexicans, illegal immigrants should go back to their country, we are in our native country. This is our native land. If you're in Texas, if you're in New Mexico, if you're in California, if you're in Arizona, this is your native land. Our ancestors were here before all these motherfucking white people. So, I don't know exactly where the heck are we supposed to go if this is our native land.
So the bill has hit.
Shalom, can you hear me?
Come.
Okay, fine. Right. So, like she was saying, how you gonna try to kick us out of this land? This is our land. Y'all don't belong here. And that's what Esau hates. He hates when you bring up information, facts. Let me get Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse number 7. He wants you to look at him like he's perfect, like he's an angel of God. He's a saint. But he never wants you to bring up how they got things, how they stole, how they raped, how they robbed, they murdered, they slaughtered, they committed genocide. All right. They wiped out damn near almost 100% of the buffaloes just so they could destroy the Native Americans. So they could take away their food source, their clothing, their fur, using the tools and the horns as weapons, as knives. All right. So like the Issachar sister was saying, who the hell is you to tell us get out of our land? And it's funny because even the people of Venezuela, even the so-called immigrants that's coming in, that are Northern Kingdom, they just coming back to their home. Esau is the one that's kicking people out, but they coming back to what belongs to them. Khan? Bring what you got, Ken.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will shew thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee.
And Esau hates that. He hates when you bring up the past. He hates that. He hates when you remember what happened. How did they get America? And it's funny, you got the nerve to tell us where we can go, where we can't go. Let me get Malachi, King, chapter 1. You got the nerve to tell us where we can go, where we can't go. You want to set up different sections and try to restrict us, saying we belong here, we're gonna stay here. No, that's BS, man. But let me get Malachi, King, chapter 1. And let me get verse number 4.
This is the book of Malachi, chapter 1, verse 4. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus says the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness.
So it's funny, Salakia. So it's funny. Esau is trying to put people in a box. We're gonna set up this border. We're gonna set up this right here. We're gonna set up this line right here. This is your state. This is where you belong, and we'll take the rest of this pie right here. Right? But the Lord said he's the border of wickedness. He want to set up lines. He want to set up divide and conquer and all of this stuff and set up different borders. No, but you're the border of wickedness. Wherever you go, that's where wickedness starts. Right? And it's funny because before he got here, the land of North America, there was no borders. There was no dividing. There was no gates and all of this stuff. All right? Us as a people, as a nation of Israel, we're not a selfish people. Even Christopher Columbus could tell us that, could tell our people that. When he came to the Native Americans, they came to him with hospitality, giving him food, gifts, helping him up. You know, he was sick on the damn shore coming off the boat, and they was coming with all their different diseases, and they helped clean him up. Right? So us as a people, we have a welcoming spirit. We have we want everybody to come together. We have a peaceful spirit, and that's part of the laws. So we don't try to separate. We try to give to everybody else. We try to share. That's part of our nature. But the Caucasian man knows that. So he used that against us. So he'll set up borders. Look at the Native Americans, man. With the what is it? The damn, what is it? What they throw them in the reservations. All right. You restrict them to a small plot of land when this whole earth belongs to them. Belongs to us. And then you got the nerve to tell us where to go, where not to go. Let me get 2 Ezra chapter 7 in verse 10. Yeah, that's right, King. We got a hospitality spirit. Let me get 2 Ezra chapter 7 and verse 10.
This is the book of 2 Ezra, chapter 7 in the Apocrypha, and verse 10. And I said, it is so, Lord. Then said he unto me, even so also is Israel's portion. Because for their sakes I made the world.
Right. Because for our sakes, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua created the whole world, created the earth for us. Khan? So who is this devil to try to restrict us and tell us we got to get a passport to go from one place to another? We got to have a driver's license to go from this state to that state to even drive a car. Right? We gotta get a damn autopilot license to fly a plane and all of this stuff. We got to get a marriage certificate to get married. We got to do all of this. We got to get license for this, and that, just to do whatever we want. When everything belongs to us. All right. So let me show this part. So it's funny. So They trying to kick them out, and look what the Lord do. This is a brother right here. This is Jake right here. Look what happens. Watch this video. And Jake gonna bring that fire. Right? He gonna bring that fire, and Esau does not like it. Watch this.
Governor Abbott's desk.
I don't.
The bill has hit.
This is our native land.
So the bill has hit Governor Abbott's desk and has been signed by Governor Abbott. Basically, the anti-sanctuary city bill has been passed and is now law. And what that bill says is that if local law enforcement or state police view a criminal activity afoot, they make a stop on that state crime, and then they can inquire into the status of an individual's residence. Are they a lawful U.S. citizen? Are they here with a green card? Are they a permanent resident alien? Or are they here illegally without documentation? And if they are here illegally without that documentation, then the feds can get involved and then they can take it from there. I think this is a fantastic law. It is time to start enforcing the laws that are on the books instead of the state and local officials legislating from their own little tiny offices.
It's an awful law because it's nothing more than a legal way for law enforcement to racially profile Mexicans and Hispanics. This law was written into existence by Governor Abbott to specifically go after a said group of demographics here in the state of Texas. Secondly, it is awful that we want to call them illegal immigrants to the point to where if a cop does not do his job according to this law, he can be charged and arrested, and the cities can be given a $25,000 fine per day. Well, we'll put a cop in jail for not asking about his immigrant status, but we won't put cops in jail for shooting and killing unarmed black people.
That's not true, and that's
Thirdly,
way too far of a step. Murder is against the law.
Yeah, but it's not against law when you kill black people and you're a cop. See, the problem in America in this state
What about the Dallas case where that cop was just charged
there
with
was
murder?
video to show he was absolutely
So you can't
lying.
make these broad statements. It's just
because
simply not true.
often there's video, ma'am, where we are killed by cops and nobody ever goes to jail. Ask Eric Garner's family that. Ask the family right there in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Brother Alton Sterling's family.
But you're saying
they're not
it
getting
is not
justice. So
correct,
video will mean
Cornell.
nothing for us.
You're
But let's
saying
get back to the immigrants. I would say to the Hispanic and Mexican community, what you got to do now, hook up with the black community and unite in political power, because if Mexicans and black people unite in Texas, we can control the governor, we can control the lieutenant governor, and we can control politics in Texas, period. I'm saying to the Latino brothers and sisters, don't fight them by yourself. If you hook up with black people and we unite, I'm telling you, we can run Texas and then pass laws to deal with those who hate us.
You're advocating for criminal activity, Cornell. These people are not here lawfully. They need to do what our ancestors did, what
Oh Lord, y'all hear that?
Brother was going in.
Good. You see how, man, the Lord is beautiful. Let me show you, man. You see that? Think about it. Y'all never seen a brother. Think about it. You got the Edomite woman on the left, and then you got an Israelite brother on the right, right? And you could hear the pride and the pompous and just cockiness and what's that word, man? This is ours type of stuff, and white privilege just oozing out of her. Right?
Wow.
And that brother, like, listen, man, you talking about the cops. Well, what about us? When the cops be killing black people, what about us?
Salaki.
Go ahead, King.
That entitlement spirit is probably what you're looking for, Cap. That entitlement, and it kind of upset. Well, it really upset me because she said what our ancestors did. They need to do the same thing. Well, they stole the land. Go ahead.
I'm yeah, go ahead. Finish your point, King.
Just to that point though, like they talking about, they Mexicans need to do what their ancestors and forefathers did. Well, they ain't got no citizenship over here. They don't. Esau ain't got no citizenship. I'm a yield because I know you about to go into it.
Nah, but you know what's this Sabbath class, man. We all interact. That's what it's about, right? But
go
ahead, King.
It's funny to me how they talk about the borders and they only speak about the southern borders as if Canadians haven't come into the United States and wreaked havoc on the people here. Shit is crazy. Slocky.
Beautiful point. And you know what's funny about Canada? That belonged to the Northern Kingdom too. And speaking about a border, why is it Canada got a border patrol? Why you need good license, whatever, all of this stuff. You got to have 1,000 good credit points, whatever, just to get into Canada. They said you can't commit one crime or you will not be allowed in Canada. If you're a felon, you will not be allowed in Canada. What makes Canada so sanctified and holy and righteous? When the elder could tell you, elders about could tell you, we went to Canada. We went to what was it, Buffalo, like three or 4 years ago, right? And we seen the waters, we seen the waterfalls and everything. We seen Niagara Falls and all of that stuff. And they gave us the history about Niagara Falls, and it's not Niagara, it's called Niagara, right? And Niagara is a Gadite man, an Israelite Gadite, that Esau named the place after to mock him. So when they talk about Niagara Falls, they talk about Niagara Fall. And that's tying into who? Israel Falls. And that's of mockery. The whole Canada don't belong to them. It belongs to the Northern Kingdom. It belongs to Israelites. But they even cut off Canada, and they talk about if you're a felon, you can't get it. Negro, you stole Canada by slaughter. How you gonna build a land off of blood, and then you gonna tell people we can't come to that land because the land, we can't allow criminals and all. When the criminals is all there, y'all the criminals.
Shalom.
Shalom, elder.
Hey, Shalom. Y'all brothers going in. But hey Cap, was you with us when remember we went up to Canada. Remember we went up to Buffalo and Niagara Falls and we did the little, no, I don't think you was there. We did the little history thing on Gad when we was on the borderline. We was in Niagara Falls right there on that borderline of Canada. And we
I was there.
Huh?
Yeah, I was there. When they showed the waters and everything.
Yeah, and when remember we went and we read all the history of the different little tablets and things they had about Gad.
Right.
And they was there. Yeah. Oh yeah, you was there with us. Yeah, I think Kasaja was there. I think that's still when Yaradun was still in the camp. Couple of the ex-HOI Philly brothers, I think they was there. It was quite a few of us. I know Gabar Ash was there. And we was Sabal was there. And we was going over, I gotta find that video as a matter of fact. We were going over all the tablets and different things that they had with the history of Gad. And it was like kind of a little mockery within there. I gotta find that video now that we talking about this. And that's an excellent point y'all bringing up about Canada, man. And like Manassas, I said, you want to talk about the southern border. What about Canada? You know what I'm saying? And places like Buffalo, Niagara Falls, we just came from Detroit. These are right across from the border. And you got to have all these super damn credentials, you know what I'm saying, to go into these places when that was God's land also. So you're always talking about Mexico and the South and Texas, but that's an excellent point about Canada. But I remember we went and we looked at all that history, and even the brothers in Buffalo gave up the ghost. Even Daniel Allen was like, damn, we didn't even know that. We was like, yo, y'all from Buffalo, y'all from Niagara Falls. Y'all never came and checked this history out? You know what I'm saying? I remember that. And it was a lot of good history we was going over. And basically the history was telling you that basically Esau took Canada and New York from Gad. I just wanted to bring that out. I was wondering if brothers remember that time we went to Buffalo and we went into that history. Yeah, brother, after y'all just shared the video of, we was just going all into that history and breaking it down. And it was just showing you how Esau basically took both damn lands from Gad, Canada, as well as New York and the United States. I land on that.
Con. Yeah, I found it. Let me show it real quick. Yeah, good point. Good point, man. How you gonna tell us we can't go here? That's why I bring out 2 Ezra 7 and 10. The Lord said the whole earth was made for us. Who are you to try to restrict us and tell the Israelites, the children of God, where the hell we can't go? Wherever you devil step foot, you destroy. Right? Even in the book of the Promised Land. I think that's the one with James and It speaks about it. They said, listen, they asked I think they asked Reuben, where's the rest of the tribes? And he said, yeah, they said Manasseh and Joseph, the sons of Joseph, Manasseh and Ephraim is towards that island. They're towards the right of the island. They're right there. And I think they were speaking to Reuben. And wherever Reuben is at, Gad is near. So they was like, where the rest of the tribes? They said, yeah, the rest of the tribes, they're right there. They're right towards the island right there, right next to us. Right? We all family. We all familiar with each other, speak Hebrew, dialects, and everything. So they basically told them, they said, listen, there's a prophecy that's going to happen. Is on the tablets. In the last days, don't worry about it. The Spaniards killing us and everything, but don't worry. In the last days, these are the holy people. The same people you slaughtering. In the last days, they're going to come back to their land and they're going to reign over the whole entire earth. They're going to be the kings of the earth again. All right? And that's in the book, The Promised Land. But let me show this video the elder was talking about. Got the nerve to tell us when we can.
Come back to the Most High, because right now we are sitting in a city that was named after some of your chief livestock. Buffalo. Buffalo was named, the city of Buffalo was named after the animal, the buffalo, that our Gadite brothers and sisters used as a main source of resources. Because they ate the meat and they would wear the fur and they would use the bones as weapons. And what the so-called white man did to show you his perpetual hatred for our people, the so-called white man purposely killed millions of buffalo, almost rendering them extinct, just so our Gadite brothers and sisters wouldn't be. They wouldn't be dependent on the buffalo, who the city is named after, and they wouldn't be dependent on the fish of Lake Erie, which Erie County is named after, because that's where we at right now. That's the county the city of Buffalo is in. We're in the city of Buffalo, Erie County. No, the white man wanted the white man wanted our Gadite brothers and sisters to be dependent on his government and not.
Go on, bring it up.
Okay, these would have, this right here, we're at Niagara Falls right now. HOI New York, New Jersey, and HOI Philly. Shalom.
Shalom.
Right now we are at Niagara Falls, and we're on the American side of Niagara Falls. And if everybody looks towards my right, that's Canada. That's a whole other country on the other side of that Gulf. So that's where we at right now. If we were to walk across this bridge right here, we would be in Canada. Now
we're on the New York State side.
Now it was a lot harder. Now if you Judah, it was a lot harder for our ancestors to get to Canada via the Underground Railroad, because we couldn't just come north. We had to go to Canada because in 1850s Henry Clay passed the fugitive slave law.
On Plymouth Rock, it landed on us. Well, we
preached the gospel on the Niagara Falls country. And the first white man that saw this described the Falls of Niagara.
Yeah, the first white man. Erected by the Knights of Columbus, which is a faction of the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, word?
Yeah. Knights of Columbus is they clan associated. Yeah.
Oh, word?
Yeah, they're right there at the bottom of the
I mean,
erected by the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, the Knights of the Knights of Columbus.
He said the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. But yeah, Sidewalk, y'all still with me? Yeah, we was there, man. Dietrich, you still there?
Con, I'm here.
Okay, Kai. Yeah, I just put the video on the group chat. I also share it. I also share both videos on the social media as well. Yeah, so the first video was Elder Zabal speaking about, you know, the Buffaloes. That's when we had the Unity Camp. And it's like he said, Buffalo, like Buffaloes, the Buffaloes itself. In Buffalo, New York. New York belonged to Gad and Reuben as well, too. Right? So this devil got the nerve to tell us we can't go here, we can't go there. Like, you crazy. This land ain't yours. You got to get out of here. Right? The thief cometh not but for to kill and to steal and to destroy. And they was talking about laws. Let me get, the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, KKK. All right, let me get Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 1. And we'll go back to the other video as well. Because Jake was going in. Yeah, the Edomite tried to defend it and proud as hell, talking about, we got to do like our ancestors. But if you notice what Jake said, he said, listen, the blacks and Hispanics or the blacks and the Mexicans got to come together. And he's right. Right? Let me get Isaiah 10 and 1 real quick.
God, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 10, verse 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and their grievousness which they have prescribed, to turn aside the needy from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless.
Okay, so let's go back to this video again. Let's go back to this real quick. Because I want to show y'all something as well.
That we want to call them
officials legislating from their own little tiny offices.
It's an awful law because it's nothing more than a legal way for law enforcement to racially profile Mexicans and Hispanics. This law was written into existence by Governor Abbott to specifically go after a said group of demographics here in the state of Texas. Secondly, it is awful that we want to call them illegal immigrants to the point to where if a cop does not do his job according to this law, he can be charged and arrested, and the cities can be given a $25,000 fine per day. Well, we'll put a cop in jail for not asking somebody's immigrant status, but we won't put cops in jail for shooting and killing unarmed black people.
That's not true, and that's
Thirdly,
way too far of a step. Murder is against the law.
Yeah, but it's like when you kill black people, you're a cop. See, the problem in America in this state
What about
is,
the Dallas case where that cop was just
because
charged
there
with
was
murder?
video that showed he was absolutely
So you can't
lying.
make these broad statements. It's just
because
simply not true.
often there's video, ma'am, where we are killed by cops and nobody ever goes to jail. Ask Eric Garner's family that. Ask the family right there in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Brother Alton Sterling's family.
But your
they're not
statement
getting
is not
justice. So
correct,
video will mean
Cornell.
nothing for us.
Your
But let's get
statement's
back
not
to the
correct.
immigrants. I would say to the Hispanic and Mexican community, what you got to do now, hook up with the black community and unite in political power, because if Mexicans and black people unite in Texas, we can control the governor, we can control the lieutenant governor, and we can control politics in Texas, period. I'm saying to the Latino brothers and sisters, don't fight them by yourself. If you hook up with black people and we unite, I'm telling you, we can run Texas and then pass laws to deal with those who hate us.
You're advocating for criminal activity, Cornell. These people are not here lawfully. They need to do what our ancestors did, what many Mexicans have done.
Wait a minute.
Don't interrupt
Your
me.
ancestors came here illegally. Wasn't nothing legal about your ancestors. They came illegally and they murdered, they raped, they pillaged a whole race of people. This country, Texas, Arizona, and California, belongs to Mexicans.
Well, no, get back
it was
to
stolen from them.
You tell me to get back to the point.
They came
No,
here illegally.
you're not being fair to me here. You say stay on top.
Hey, listen, man. Jake bringing fire into
I really don't know
Huh?
But anyway, so I can be on.
Salaki, mute your phone, family, please. The water. Listen, Jake bringing some fire, right? AI, let me get John 10 and 10. We still going to connect with the law with Isaiah chapter 10 and 1 because I got another video pertaining to that. But let me get John 10 and 10. Go ahead, King.
That white privilege kicked in a hurry. You're not being fair to me.
Right. That's a defense mechanism.
You ain't being
fair.
And then she tried to use the ethic of basically, I'm white, so believe me.
Right.
What you're saying is not correct. Everything that brother was saying was spot on. But she's trying to downplay what he's saying. With what you're saying is incorrect. Like, come on. They gotta start with the I'm white, so believe me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
What that brother said, hey, devil, believe me. When the Messiah come, you're gonna see real power. Right? Let me get bring what you got, King. Talking about I'm white, believe me. That's crazy. And then she tried to justify it, talking about they're criminals and all of this stuff, and you know, they're killers and all. But how did you get the country? They're lawless. This is all law. Right. So you slaughter people and then you put in laws to tell people not to kill people when you're the one that killed people to get the land? Unjustifiably? Bring what you got, King.
God. This is the book of John, chapter 10 and verse 10. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, and to kill, and to destroy.
That's what the brother said. He literally said that's what the Edomites did. He said that y'all came into this country illegally. To kill, to destroy, to murder, and slaughter. That's what y'all did. And Esau hates to hear that. He hates when people remind him what the hell he did. Khan? Now, go back to Isaiah chapter 10 and 1. That's why I hate the Israelites. Because we remind this devil every second, every chance we get. Like the Lord said in Ezekiel chapter 35 and 1. Set your face against Mount Seir and prophesy against it. Speak of his evil and his wickedness and his judgment that's going to come to these people, man. For what you have done. And it's one thing you did this type of crime and then you repent and you give everything back. You give us back our portion of everything. And probably even double. You don't give us nothing. But instead, you put Issachar in prison camps. You put little children in prison camps. And we ain't forget that. A lot of people talking about Trump this and Trump that. You think Trump is playing? You think this border czar, redneck, redemption, Mr. Dr. Eggman, big nose devil is playing? Right? Bring what you got, King.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 10, verse 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteousness decrees, and their right grievousness which they have prescribed.
Now hold that right there. Right? Let me show you this. Let me show you this video. Watch this video.
Time because it's 100% free. Unusual change to immigration policy, an attempt to punish legal immigrants if they participate in legal programs like getting food assistance or participating in Medicaid. Now, Donald Trump's top immigration official, Ken Cuccinelli, saying today the Statue of Liberty poem should basically, in his words, be kind of rewritten based on this new Trump policy. It requires immigrants to prove they're unlikely to ever need any public assistance.
Would you also agree that Emma Lazarus's words etched on the Statue of Liberty, "Give me your tired, your poor," are also part of the American ethos?
They certainly are. Give me your tired and your poor who can stand on their own 2 feet and who will not become a public charge.
It's very Trumpy what you're hearing there because it's kind of a trolling. Massive ICE raid that left many families separated and left up Of course, after these heartbreaking accounts that emerged from the fallout of the massive ICE raid that left many families separated and left up this public cry, call it testimony if you want, that we've all heard now, and that's worth hearing again from an 11-year-old girl in tears.
I need my dad for me. My dad didn't do nothing. He's not a criminal.
Today, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez interviewed the acting ICE director asking for reaction to that very video.
We conduct our operations with professionalism, with compassion, and with humanity, and try our best to minimize the impact on the innocent people of this situation. However, we have to enforce the law. The parents or the individuals that are breaking the law are ultimately the ones that are responsible for placing their children in this situation.
You see the very different ways to defend these policies. Cuccinelli picking a fight with poetry, the acting ICE director talking up compassion, blaming the parents. Now, just think for a second. Would compassion and professionalism involve a process where there was communication when you have a minor who is now separated from her parents? I put that question to you with this reporting. 5 days later, she doesn't know where her father is. Now, this immigration policy is the reality right now. Raids that leave these children in tears in the wake of a mass shooting targeting Latinos. No effort to communicate with people about the realities of those folks who are now separated. Ripping children away from their parents at the border. There's a new court filing from the ACLU that says that family separation policy is still very much on, while the Trump administration has claimed it's not. Speaker Pelosi is speaking out on this effort. She says it is to demonize.
So y'all see that? Hey, read Isaiah 10 and 1 again. This man has no mercy, no consideration. Ripping the families, ripping the fathers away from their children, the mothers as well too. And that video with that little girl crying, that went viral. Right? Bring what you got. Bring it again, King.
John, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 10, verse 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteousness decrees, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed.
Read on.
To turn aside the needy from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless.
Read that again. They may do what?
That they may rob the fatherless.
And that's literally what happened. They threw her pops in prison, calling him a criminal and all of this stuff. And this is his country. That's crazy. Have no mercy. And then guess what? A lot of black people, they're like, hey, that ain't gonna happen to us. That ain't gonna. Let me get Jeremiah 15:33. Because it all ties back to Israel. All right. It all ties back to Israel. They put in Northern Kingdom as the face for the immigration, all of this stuff. And then guess who's right behind they coming after too? The Southern Kingdom. Right? Let me get Jeremiah 15:33. That's why the brother said, listen, man, the blacks and Hispanics, you better come together. We could take over this joint and know who's our enemy. That's what the Lord wanted us to do the whole time. But he wanted us to come back to him and repent, keep the commandments. But he'll use Esau as a weapon, as a whipping stick to get us back to the Lord. But like the brother said, we got to come together. Right? Our people got to repent, got to come together, like he was talking about in Texas. And the Edomite, her white privilege just oozed right out like a damn shield, like she was like Capitan Miss America or something. Try to defend America. And a lot of brothers, man, a lot of Jakes, they like, yeah, man, you know, I don't like the white man, but I'm cool with the white woman. Negro, do you know how wicked the white woman is? The things that she was doing, how she would set you up. You don't have sex with her, she gonna lie to her husband, talking about you raped her. How conniving she is. How she created the chains that they put on your neck. Same as how his sister with would create garments or ZZs or them little braid strings, whatever you carry around, or have some hobbies, knit some blankets, like our grandmothers knit some blankets and all of this stuff. The Edomite granny white woman was busy putting together chains, iron, to put on our feet and our necks. That was her hobby. All right.
Salaki,
Go ahead, King.
this is what I like. These new laws and legislations is what I like to call. If you peel back the layers, it's really laws against fertility. They know if they allow enough Issachar and enough of Northern Kingdom in here, they multiply like it ain't nothing.
Oh.
So they see that. I mean, white folks know for a fact that they are surrounded. They're trying to stem the tide of being wiped out completely. Their fertility rate is decreasing, and ours have never gone anywhere. So now these legislations are a war against fertility. It's their next best effort to stop and stem the tide of being completely run over by Israel. Park right there.
Beautiful point, King. And I got a video for that point as well, too. Bring what you got, King. Jeremiah 50:33.
Come, this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 50 and verse 33. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go.
Right. So they talk about the Mexicans and how immigrants and, they're criminals. You got to get them out of here. But you wasn't complaining when you was getting services. It was working at your jobs, so-called, quote unquote, under the table, working for pennies. Like they got a famous quote when it come to Issachar. They say mucho trabajo por poquito dinero. Right? That means we work a lot, but we get paid little. So you wasn't complaining about the Mexicans when you was working there behind like slaves, and you was only paying them a damn $1 an hour. And they still get the job done. High quality, top class, still get the job done. You wasn't complaining. Right? When it was mowing your grass, you wasn't complaining. You loved them. When it was cleaning your damn bathrooms, janitors, and you wasn't complaining. You loved them. When it was building your damn towers and buildings and scaffolds and all of this stuff, you call them to put a damn roof on top of a house. They get it done in less than 3 hours. You wasn't complaining. You loved them. Right? But now after they already built everything you need them to build, now you want to kick them out. Now you want to throw them out of their own land. Same thing you did with us, Judah. Same exact thing you did with us. And to all the tribes. That's Esau's MO. But the brother said earlier, hey, we got to come together. Right? And we could take over them. Now, check this. What Manatazak was saying about as well, too. Let me show y'all this video as well, too. Hold on, let me finish this one, because this damn Edomite devil. Let me see. Let me see.
Topic. I say, okay, well,
Think about your ancestors. They came illegal.
people are not here lawfully. Many activity, Cornell. These people are not here lawfully. They need to do what our ancestors did, what many Mexicans have done.
Wait a minute.
Don't interrupt me.
Your ancestors came here illegally. Wasn't nothing legal about your ancestors. They came illegally and they murdered, they raped, they pillaged a whole race of people. This country, Texas, Arizona, and California belongs to Mexicans.
Well, no, get back
it was
to
stolen from them.
You tell me to get back to the point.
They came
No, you're not being fair to me here. They stay on topic. I say, okay, we'll stay on topic. And then as soon as we start talking about illegal immigration, you go back to the black issue. Let's stay on topic.
Your ancestors are the master illegal immigrants.
Give me the opportunity to respond in that, you know what? We're all Americans here. And if you are here legally, absolutely, then we need to come together and we need to pass good laws for enforcing the laws.
Well, perhaps the Native Americans should have passed laws against your ancestors.
Damn. Y'all see that? You see how towards the end what she said? She said, we're all Americans. Let's all come together now. No. La. Hell no. All right. He said the blacks and the Hispanics, the blacks and Mexicans need to come together. He's trying to bring unity for Israel only. And he said, no. We all Americans. We all need to come together and pass laws to get these immigrants out. So Esau want us to team up with them to get rid of Issachar. You crazy? Do you remember Leah? Right? Remember Leah? Leah had Judah? Correct, right? Leah had Judah. But also, who else did she have? Issachar. Leah tied in also with Issachar. Let me show you this real quick. Talking about you we got to come together. Hell no, man. We y'all got to go. Like Manatazak said, what's happening is y'all population is decreasing. Y'all grasping on straws. Y'all desperate. Israel is increasing. The blacks, Hispanics, Native, and Seminole Indians, we're all increasing. The Lord, even in our oppression, the Lord is increasing us more and more and more. We're being fruitful and multiplying. And Esau hates that. Let me get First Maccabees chapter 1. Talking about we all got to come together. We all Americans. You don't get your dusty Cracker Barrel. All right. Let me get First Maccabees chapter 1, King. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean this is the book of First Maccabees chapter 1, beginning of 1.
Yeah, start at verse 1.
And it happened after that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Shechem, had smitten Darius, king of Persia, and Medes, and he regained in his stead the first over Greece.
Right. So now it starts with Alexander, right? And then from there, from Alexander, it jumps over to him and his 4 generals, which is Seleucus, Cassander, Lysimachus, and Antiochus, right? I think it was other one was telling me. Jump to verse number 9 now.
Verse 9. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth.
So as these Edomites, the 4 generals start to label themselves as kings and start to, expand the empire. It says evils was multiplied throughout the earth. That's Esau. Wherever he go, he increased in wickedness. Right? He's the plague of the earth. He's the cancer of the earth. His lifestyle, his customs, the way he moves, the way he deal with people, the bloodthirstiness that he has, the genocidal nature that's in him. He brings death and destruction wherever he goes. They are men, women, and children. So now from there, look what Antiochus said. Let me see. Okay. Jump to verse number 20. Let's see. Trying to look at it. Okay. Slakia. Here we go. Jump to verse number 41. And this is in Slakia. No, hold on. Whoa. Let me get this part right here. Oh, here we go. Jump to verse number 30, King.
Verse 30. And spake peaceable words unto them, but all was deceit. For when they had given him credence, he fell suddenly upon the city and smote it very sore and destroyed much people of Israel.
Right. Same as Christopher Columbus. Same as Esau today. Same as that Edomite. Right. They wanted Israel to trust them. They wanted Native and Semitic to trust them. Once our people trust them, what happened? They brought the plagues. They brought the smallpox. They brought the destruction, the biological warfare that wiped out the buffaloes, broke every damn peace treaty, more than 500 peace treaties. And they still want us to trust them. And then they just burn everything down, hunt the people down, hunt the Israelites from north, south, east, and west, from Canada on down to California to Texas, right? To Mexico, all the way to New York, Connecticut, Detroit. And all the Gadites and Reubenites all down to wipe them off the land. Right? Read verse 31.
31. And when he had taken the spoils of the city, he set it on fire and pulled down the houses and walls thereof on every side.
That's what they have done. Same thing to Gad and Reuben. A lot of the times Esau couldn't beat them on a battlefield, so they waited till they was called slipping. They waited till they got them at night when they were sleeping. Then they burned down the house. Mass slaughter while these Gadites were sleeping. Attacked the women and children. Same thing as he did to Panama. There's a documentary on YouTube. It's called The Panama Deception. It talks about the Panama Canal and how Esau wanted the Panama Canal from the time of Reagan to Bush. They had a contract with the people of Panama. And they even set up, the person that was a general at the time was Noriega. He used to work with the CIA, right? And they said he had drugs and all of this stuff here and there. But the CIA knew about that. They were still working with him. And then guess what? They set up a treaty to try to get the Panama Canal. So the president they set up a treaty with, unexpectedly, or maybe it was an accident or coincidence or whatever, he ended up getting killed in a damn plane crash. And then they got the treaty, they disannulled the previous treaty, got a new one, and then they attacked the city of Panama at night to try to wipe the people out. And they talk about they're their friends and, you know, peace and all of this stuff. We're here to protect y'all, which is a damn lie. Same thing they did to Gad and Reuben. They do this all throughout the earth. So now, after the rape, the robbery, the murder, the slaughter, the castrating, the lynching, right? The experiments, biological, biochemical warfare, genocide. Look what they got the nerve to say after. Jump to verse 41 out.
So, verse 41. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people.
You hear that, King? After the slaughter, same as the Edomite, we all Americans now. We should all come together. No, hell no. You crazy? Shoot, they probably are the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. After the slaughter, now you want us all to come together. Are you crazy? You think we stupid? And that's what Jake was talking about. Like, you must be crazy. We ain't trusting y'all no more. We gonna deal with our own people, right? And just to back what Manatazak was talking about earlier. Let me show y'all this video. Talking about let's come together. Share this one.
So Governor Greg Abbott wants to make sure that Houston, the city of Houston, is put under the same microscope as any city that isn't allowed legally to be the quote-unquote sanctuary city. And this is what we do here in the city of Houston. People come into the city of Houston illegally. They're allowed to stay. There is only so much that our law enforcement officers are willing to do, that the DEA is willing to do, that the border agents are willing to do. Why in the world don't we go after those that are here? Well, that's what Abbott wants to change, and I agree. And as soon as we make sure that in the state of Texas, if Houston keeps conducting itself the same way that San Antonio and other cities conduct themselves, then no money is coming to Houston from the state. We need to do that on a state level. We also need to do it on a federal level.
But Matt, my problem with this is, why are we so worried about getting rid of all of the Mexicans or Hispanics that are quote unquote here, if they're illegal or not? At the end of the day, many of them are paying taxes. Many of them have been here for generations and decades. And Matt, trying to get rid of 4, 5, or 3 million people all at once is not going to work. We don't have the resources.
We don't have to do it all at once.
And secondly, Matt, listen, there is no such thing as an illegal Mexican immigrant coming into Texas, because they're only coming home. Texas, Arizona, and California was stole from the Mexicans.
Don't start
this
that
all
nonsense.
belongs to them. So they're only coming home. And then here it is, you white folks stole the land from the Indians, but yet you're the natural, real illegal immigrant.
So let's start with the things you said that are already wrong. First of all, they're coming here. They're not paying any taxes. You're telling me they're paying taxes? They're not paying taxes because nobody knows who in the heck they are. No, they're not paying any taxes.
Matt, when they buy a product, they paying a tax on it.
Let's continue.
When they buy a car, they paying a tax on it.
You come into this country illegally. That is a law that you're breaking. And that's why they have to be sent back to wherever they came from. They want to come through the front door. That is the correct way to come in. And the city of Houston has to stop allowing this, or we're never going to
spoonful.
get here. Look, Matt, that's what we got to do.
Retarded, man.
Where is the compassion that the indigenous Indians had for white people in this country?
What do you keep going back?
They let you all come in.
What are you going
back? And you came in and raised a whole lot of hell.
Don't start.
Trump
start
called
bringing up
Mexicans
history and try and
rapists. He
explain
called
what's
them
going on
criminals.
today.
Trump called the Mexicans illegal criminals coming into America. Was the biggest illegal criminal ever coming to America was white people.
So you don't give a damn if people break into this country.
I don't give a damn.
I wonder what's going to happen when they come to rob your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here illegally and stole all of this and now want to blame them for only coming back home. To all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this. Just keep having babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be under your control.
To Americans, let's stand up and do what the hell we're supposed to do and stop letting the city of Houston be an open door. This ain't no sanctuary city.
Don't listen to that.
This is a real city.
Just keep having babies, and at the end of the day, you'll run everything in Texas. Just keep having babies.
Now you understand why I got to come here every single week, and I gotta go after this man and maybe get through that thick skull one day.
In 20 years, you're gonna be the minority in Texas.
Facts. Keep the baby going.
God. You see what Manazazar was talking about earlier? they scared of their numbers is going down. And like the brother was saying, what happened to the Issacharites and the neighbors and the Indians when they showed that hospitality to y'all? Did y'all forget? When they showed y'all that mercy, did y'all forget? This is what Esau hates, man. But you see how proud even the Edomite man, same as with the woman.
Salaki.
That's how you know they're the devils, man. Go ahead, Kay.
Now, I wanted to say also, what about all the Europeans that's coming over here now illegally? They come in here illegally all the time, even still. We're not even talking about them coming from back in the days and stealing the land. What about the ones that's coming over here illegally? The Russians, the
Ukrainians.
The Ukrainians. All of them are illegals over here, and they're just being allowed in, and nobody's saying nothing. But you're talking about some immigrants or whatever, but they're not talking about no type of European white immigrants that's still coming over here to this day. The people that's coming from Ireland, all of those people, half of them are immigrants. You know what's so crazy? That the hotel I used to work in when I was being an FSD for that hotel, the general manager lady, she was an immigrant. She came from England. They're immigrants, but they come here, they have buildings and stuff like that. They become the general managers and all of this, and they getting paid good money. And nobody's saying nothing, and it's happening. When you go down to Texas and you look at the oil rigs and stuff like that, that's working the oil rigs, a lot of those are European white immigrants. The European white immigrants that's working the docks. Remember when they was talking about how they was gonna boycott and all of this and everything just a few months ago? Majority of those are Irish immigrants. You know what I'm saying? And they're making, they come here, they start out making $100,000 more than the average citizen that's been here. You know what I'm saying, or whatever, and they brag about it. You know what I'm saying? So, because I was bragged on to by some he was a German dude. I was doing security at the club one time, and he wanted to do what he wanted to do, and I'm like, yo, listen, you can't do that here. You can't smoke inside the club. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, start talking about, oh, what are you talking about? I do what I want. He's like, how much money you make? You don't even make a lot of money, this, that, and the third. He said, I come over here, I'm an immigrant, and I make over $120,000 working doing the oil down in Texas, like working the oil rigs and stuff like that down in Texas. He was bragging to me about it because I wouldn't let him smoke in the club. So I'm like, what about those people? You know what I'm saying? But they want to keep talking about the Mexicans, the South Americans that's coming over here, and it's a bunch of bullshit. Excuse me, Salaki. This just got me a little upset.
Nah,
Yeah.
Khan, but look, that's what I'm saying. Look how beautiful this is. They like Maccabees make a great point, because even with me at work with the Ukrainians, I be seeing Ukrainians at work, and I'm thinking, how the hell? But I'm like, oh yeah, billions of dollars, Biden to Ukraine to help fight, their war over there. But why do they got to come here? Why is that happening? Why is Esau allowing all these Edomites to come in to flood this place? He don't give a damn whatever language they speak as long as they're Edomites, because he's trying to combat the numbers of his people going down, and he's trying to bring them up at least with some Edomites somewhere to try to combat against the Israelites that's growing nonstop. Right? The same thing that happened in Egypt. Let me get Exodus chapter 1. This devil is desperate, and Jake is going in on him. He said, listen, man, you got some nerves. You the damn thieves and all of this stuff. He said, you Mexicans keep having babies. You blacks and Hispanics all come together. Let's keep having children. Let's keep increasing. These devils is losing it. And I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, let's get Exodus chapter 1 real quick.
Khan, you want it from the top?
Huh?
From the top?
Yeah.
1 and 1? Khan. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 1 and 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man in his household came with Jacob. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls. For Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all the generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceedingly mighty. And the land was filled with them.
That's what's happening right now. Isn't America called a second Egypt? Right? That's what's happening right now. We increasing like crazy. And not just North America, but South as well too. They said there's more Judites, there's more African Americans that were shipped over to South America and Brazil. That's not even being spoken about. So we multiplying fast as hell, and this Edomite knows it. He is scared to death. Same thing happened in Egypt is happening again, right? Jump to verse number 9 now.
Verse 9. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them.
Right. So this is Esau talking to the Russians or Ukrainians or any Edomites that he can find. Come here, man. Let's deal wisely with them. Speaking to the Ukrainians, I'll give you a package of $50 billion, help you with your war. Just come over here. Come to this country, man. You know, let's get these Israelites out of here. You know?
Lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
You see? What he said towards the end? He said what?
And so get them up out of the land.
You see? He said, get them up out of the land. Let's deport their behinds. Let's get them out of here. Khan? Let's get them out of here. Let's ship these Mexicans and these Venezuelans and these damn Asherites, wherever you want. Let's get them the hell out of here. They keep coming in the masses. But the thing is, they're just coming back home to what belongs to them. And whether they know it or not, is the Lord bringing all this together. Northern and Southern Kingdom is coming together, whether they like it or not. The righteous and the wicked. The righteous Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom, and the wicked Northern and Southern Kingdom. But it's all going to be used for a purpose from the Lord. So now what's happening? Why he said, let's bring them together and let's come together, deal wisely with them, and get them up out of here. Now this damn border czar dude right here. Tom Homan. All right, check this.
Slakia.
Go on. Right.
Real quick. One thing, that brother on that Fox News, he got the spirit on him, you know what I mean? And I know they don't want to hear none of that. He's saying to have more babies and don't worry, over time we're gonna, they'll weed themselves out. But also America's like a snake that eats itself, because remember back when Donald Trump was president and he did the same thing, war against, 10 tribes and building a wall and everything like that. When they started like deporting them, then our produce and, the food that we're eating went up because, now somebody has to like actually pick the strawberries and pick the apples and everything like that. I remember America was complaining that the high prices in the grocery store, because no Edomite wants to go out there in the fields and actually do real solid work. So it messed up the economy, and they're gonna do the same thing again. You know what I mean? But their minds are so racist and forgetful, I guess, that it really negatively affected them that they're gonna do it all over again. But
hey, perfect point, Ak. That's why we say they hate us, but they need us. And that's what they hate. They hate our guts, but they need us, and they hate that they need us. Because they can't survive without us.
Right.
So it's a catch-22. That's why I say with the Mexicans and the other, people here and there. That's why they didn't let go of Judah. They hold on to us for dear life. They talk about, if you don't like this place, go back to your country, go back to here, go back to Africa, wherever, here and there. All right, we'll go. And what happened? No. This happened. The lockdown happened, and all of this stuff. Now you want to lock us up, huh? You really don't want us to go because you need us. So instead of them letting us go, they'll throw us in prison, and they'll still use us while we're in prison. They need us. That's why Jeremiah 50 and 33, with Judah and Israel, Northern and Southern Kingdom, oppressed together, and Esau refused to let them go. They want to kick us out, but they still need us. Khan? So now look at this idiot, this bozo. Let me see. Here we go. This video right. You want to kick us out, but you need us. Boy, you wait.
President-elect Trump announced former ICE Director Thomas Homan will serve as border czar during his second administration. Trump is giving Homan extraordinary authority over the southern and northern borders, maritime and aviation security. Trump said Homan will also be in charge of deporting all illegal aliens back to their country of origin. So, who is Homan? Homan has worked for 6 presidents going back to Ronald Reagan. He was a career official at the Department of Homeland Security and worked his way up the ranks during the Bush and Obama administrations. He was named Acting Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement in 2017 by President Trump. Homan is known for tough rhetoric.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now.
Homan spoke at the Republican National Convention, where he outlined a top priority for the second Trump administration, targeting drug cartels.
Another message to the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggle enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done.
He also excoriated the Biden administration for their border and immigration policy.
And now we have a record illegal immigration, a record number of women and children being sex trafficked, a record number of Americans dying from fentanyl, a record number of known as suspected terrorists sneaking across our border. And here's what you need to know. This isn't mismanagement. This isn't incompetence. This is by design, and it's a choice. It's national suicide.
Homan has also said that his words should not be threatening to the immigrant community, but to the illegal immigrant community. I'm Ray Bogan for Straight Arrow News. For more unbiased reporting, download the SAN app and turn on notifications.
So now, Sluggy. So now, as you see the video, this is Mr. Homan. And if y'all seen on the screen, it showed what? He's been there since what? About 06, right? And it said he was the ICE director as well, too. So Trump know who he using, right? This man got a hatred towards Northern Kingdom. He got a heavy hatred. He said, when Trump is elected president, you drug cartel, don't worry, you're done. Get ready to pack. But who created the cartel? It was America. All right? America created the cartel. They even showed that in the TV show Snowfall. I think it's Frank Lucas. Something like that. America's the one that created all these wicked organizations as an enemy so that they can stay as the good guy. They can stay as the hero. They work with all of these different organizations, cartels, drugs, mafias, and all of this stuff. They get a cut for everything. Right? Slakia, can you hear me? Yeah, they get a cut from everything.
Hey, Salakia King.
Go ahead, Elder.
Snowfall was Freeway Ricky Ross out of LA.
Khan, Duarte.
Yeah, it was him. That brother got a hell of a testimony, man. He always say, the CIA is the one that gave me the guns and the drugs.
Khan.
Like they showed up in a limousine with suits on, with briefcases with money and drugs in them, and even guns. He's like, they the ones that was supplying me. You know what I'm saying? So the government, they create these cartels, the mafia. Frank Lucas was the American Gangster story, but they actually didn't like Frank because he was going directly to, the suppliers. He had a black military general that he was working with. They was bringing the drugs in directly out of Southeast Asia, and he was cutting the mob out. You know what I'm saying? Because he was like, the black man got to be independent, even though it was in drugs. But he was trying to circumvent the government and the mafia and go straight to the source, But Esau is the one that's behind these cartels and all that. But Snowfall is based upon the life of Freeway Rick Ross. The guy, big time brother, he was really running all the cocaine out of LA. But watch that brother's story, man. Every time he's on and doing an interview, he has no qualms about it. He's like, yo, the CIA is the one that gave me the drugs. Larry Davis, the brother Larry Davis, the the famous or infamous, whichever way you want to look at it, that shot the 6 cops in New York. When the FBI arrested him, what did he say? He said, they're the ones that gave me the drugs. They the ones that gave me the drugs and the guns. So, he's always, this man is the devil that the Bible speaks of. And he's always, his hand is in everything, good, bad, or ugly. So some of the biggest kingpins, Esau created them. And when Senior Bush, I always bring this out, when Senior Bush was director of the CIA for that 1 year, they said cocaine importation increased by 1,000%. The man was using the CIA and the Navy and the military to bring in massive amounts of cocaine. That's why you had all that coke in the 80s, because that was all the coke that Senior Bush allowed for them to bring in when he was director of the CIA for that 1 year. He allowed all that coke to come in. It increased by 1,000%. You know what 1,000% is?
Jeez.
So by the time the 80s came, they had all this excess cocaine, and they was like, we're not going to burn it or throw it away. That's how they created crack with a free base, then the cocaine, regular powder cocaine, and then eventually the crack, because they had to get rid of all that massive amount of cocaine that them crooked ass Bushes brought in when he was director of the CIA. I land on that. But but that Snowfall show is based upon the life of Freeway Rick Ross.
God. The water for the correction on that one.
Salaki.
Go ahead, Ken.
Salaki, and just to add to what the elder said, majority of the coke that was coming into South Jamaica, Queens in the 80s was all by the Bush administration. That was all Bush administration crack cocaine that came into South Jamaica, Queens. So when you hear people like 50 Cent talking about the 80s and how they was coming up and everything, Fat Cat and all these dudes, all of that was Bush administration drugs all throughout Jamaica, Queens.
God.
Yeah, Salakia,
Con.
and that was that like I said, that excess coke because I think Bush was director of the CIA from 77 to 78. He was only in there for 1 year. That's why if you look, the CIA is also known as the George Bush Institute or something like that. Senior Bush name is on the CIA also. And like the brother said, that's why you had all these kingpins. They talking about, yo, Fat Cat and the dude up in Harlem, Fritz, and these guys was getting the coke by. They was getting the coke by. They was getting 100 keys a month. They was getting 1,000 keys a month. Yeah, from the Bushes. That's where the hell they was getting it from. You know what I'm saying? So it was so much coke readily. Even what's the other one? AZ, the dude from Harlem. It was so many of them. But a lot of that excess coke, it was the cartels also. But like you brought out the Panama deception, the cartels was working with the Bush administration. One of the reasons why they invaded Panama, because they still want to use the canal for the drug trade and for other illegal transportation of goods. And Panama and some of them nations was rebelling. So it's all connected, man. Just like the Iran-Contra scam, right? They show you they was trading guns and drugs, in the so-called Iran-Contra scam. All that stuff, man, when you research it, it all goes back to the United States government being the biggest drug dealers. So they talking about the brothers in the hood. Yeah, that nigga was getting 100 keys. Yeah, he was getting 100 keys from the government. And from the cartels, which the cartels was working together with the government.
Right.
So it was all. They even had an episode of New York Undercover where they showed you that, where they showed you the CIA admitted that they was involved in the crack trade because they want to finance certain wars and different things, and the government wouldn't give them the money, so they flooded the hoods with crack. I'll land on that. From Inshallah.
God, Shimma Shak El Shai. And we supposed to trust these devils? Like they would say, we supposed to believe in these devils? When they control everything, they control the narrative, right? They the one that have the spin cycle with the stories, and they'll put this person as the hero and as the villain. Like the elder was saying, same thing with Noriega. CIA was cool with him, and then once he started to go against them and start to tell the people of Panama, we got to all come together because if we can't trust America, they're wicked. They have no respect. They don't honor any of their contracts or treaties. They're wicked. And I used to work for them. So now they say, oh, hell no, you got to go. Then they label him in America as a villain. They label him as, he's a criminal. We got to get Noriega, number one. We got to get Noriega this, Noriega that. We got to save the people of Panama and all of this. Nah, you the devil. You set it all up. And you couldn't get what you wanted at the time, which was the Panama Canal. So you had to destroy, you had to attack them at night, ambush them. And they said the people were saying in Panama that the American government was using specific weapons like lasers, even during those times. They had high-level weapons like military weaponry, laser type attack weapons. They said they were slaughtering the people, man. And you expect people to trust you? All right. Slakia. Dietrich, you still there? Con. So they talking about this border czar dude, Mr. Tom Homan, right? Let me get John 8 verse 44. No, Slakia. Let me get Micah 2 and 1 first. Micah 2 and 1. And I'm boy, let me show y'all this next video, boy. Micah 2 and 1, King. Bring it out.
This is the book of Micah, chapter 2 and verse 1. Woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they practice it, because it is in the power of their hand.
Right. It's in the power of the hand, the laws. Right? Read on.
And they covet poor and take them by violence, and houses, and take them away. So they oppress a man in his house, even a man and his heritage.
Right. So you taking people homes. You kicking people out of their houses, out of their land, their country. Like the Lord said in Deuteronomy 33 about Gad. He said a portion was given unto him. Right? The whole land. Blessed is he that enlargeth Gad. The Lord gave him the whole North America. This land belonged to them. But you want to kick them out of their own home. The same as with Issacharites. And then now you want to throw them into a damn prison. Let me get Isaiah 42 and 22.
Was it, you say 42 and 22?
Con, Isaiah 42 and 22.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 42 and verse 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivereth.
Right. Now hold that, King. Hold that, King. Let me show this video real quick. About this devil. Tom Homer Simpson. Mr. Dope himself. Dope man.
Things you need to do. Number one, you need to change the asylum laws. 90% of the people who pass their first security border, there's three things you need to do. Number one, you need to change the asylum laws. 90% of the people who pass their first interview on the border, because the threshold is statutory low on purpose. But when you go to immigration court, 90% fail. So we got to close that delta. Second thing you do is need to change the Flores settlement agreement. We need to detain families longer than 20 days. I built the first family detention center when I was at ICE under the Obama administration. And when we built that detention center, we were holding families for about 40, 45 days so they got to see a judge. Of course, 9 out of 10 lost their cases. We filled planes of families, sent them south, and guess what? Border numbers dropped in the toilet. So finally, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2008, we got to change it. We got to treat children from Central America the same way we treat children from Mexico. Once you are arrested and we ascertain you are not a victim of trafficking, we need to be able to remove you. If you're from Mexico, we'll remove you the next day. If you're from Canada, we'll remove you the next day. If you're from Central America, if we ascertain you're not a victim of trafficking, you get a whole new process from the immigration judge. Will take years. We need to change it. Change those three things.
Talking about the prisons and how he dealt with the people, Mexico, Central America, the detention centers and everything, right? Y'all remember a couple of years ago when they were talking about Trump and how he threw the so-called immigrants in the prison and they was there in the prisons for like 40 days They couldn't even take a shower. They was feed like scraps and all of this stuff. Anybody remember that?
Con.
Right? Now, this the way this man Tom Homan speak, he speak like he's a righteous king judge, and he's doing this for the betterment of all mankind. But let me show you what this Edomite said about the prisons. Let me show you what this Edomite said about the prisons. Where's this video at? When I heard this, I almost collapsed. Hold on, let me see. I think I got it on this page right here. Yeah, when I heard this Edomite said this about the prison, I said, wow, this is crazy. I'll show you. See? Here we go. Here we go. Watch this. Boy. Look what Esau described the prisons that they had the so-called immigrants, Native Americans, and or Issachar and them in. Look how he described them. That's how you know this dude is the devil. Look at this.
With regard to the FRCs, I think the best way to describe them is to be more like a summer camp. These individuals have access to 24/7 food and water. They have educational opportunities. They have recreational opportunities, both structured as well as unstructured. There's basketball courts, there's exercise classes, there's soccer fields that we put in there. They have extensive medical, dental, and mental health opportunities. In fact, many of these individuals, the first time they've ever seen a dentist is when they've come to one of our FRCs. When they leave an FRC, they leave there with 7 sets of clothing for each individual that was in that FRC. While they are there, they do have all sorts of access to pro bono legal opportunities. There's a legal orientation program that is there, and they are able to avail themselves of that. There are many NGOs that work in those facilities, are there on a daily basis to provide them assistance and support once they are released back into the community. So I'm very comfortable with the level of service and protection that is being provided in the FRCs. And I believe the FRCs, there's video on our website where one can go onto there and see the conditions of those FRCs.
So FRCs is a family detention. You speak about the family detention center, right? The same place that Trump was putting them in them prisons, that's what they talk about, the FRCs, the detention centers. And they symbolized it to a summer camp, right? The same places where they was feeding them scraps and all of this stuff, and these people was suffering. They had a damn aluminum blanket. That's what they label as a summer camp. That's crazy. This devil is wild, man. That's what they label as a summer camp. Right? So they could act like, we taking care of these people. You ain't got nothing to worry about. We're not treating them inhumane. We're treating them as human, as good people. We're taking care of them. Why are you torturing them? They even had articles about little kids that was getting molested. All of this stuff with that Trump, the ICE, the immigration task force. And that was all led by who? By Mr. Holman. But they said it's a summer camp. Someone said Salakia. All right, let me show the next video. Yeah, Salakia, please mute your phone. Please mute your phone. All right, so now I got 2 more on this guy right here. All right, so now Mr. Holman, or the Edomite Holman, so now he's talking that big talk. He's like, I'm pulling up to Chicago. Huh? All right, let's show this real quick.
Equipment that gives you the power of roadside assistance right from.
If your Chicago mayor doesn't want to help, he can step aside. But if he impedes us, if he knowingly harbors and conceals an illegal alien, I will prosecute him.
President-elect Trump's new border czar says mass deportation efforts will begin right here in Chicago and issues a warning to Mayor Johnson.
And that's not all. He had harsh words for others, the mayor, as well as Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Sylvia Perez joins us now with more.
Yeah, his name is Tom Homan, and he's Trump's hand-picked man for border czar. He recently spoke at a Northwest Side GOP holiday party that you just saw and told the crowd he plans on verifying the status of asylum seekers and, as you heard, arresting anyone who is found harboring migrants who they are looking for, including Chicago's own mayor. He called out both Johnson and Governor Pritzker, saying he wants to meet with them, but the invitation came with some harsh words.
Chicago's in trouble because your mayor sucks and your governor sucks.
Now, we spoke with Chicago Alderman Ray Lopez, who met with Homan privately. He says the messaging may have been too harsh, but Pritzker and Johnson should be working with the federal government to deport migrants who are breaking the law.
If you are here and undocumented and trying to go about your business, then let's figure something out. But if you are here choosing to engage in gang activity, murder, drugs, prostitution, human trafficking, or sex crimes against minors, then absolutely, your number has come.
Governor Pritzker's office had this to say about Homan's comments. It is no secret that Illinois will face countless baseless attacks over the next 4 years from the Trump administration. Rather than responding to every ridiculous boast from Trump lackeys, Governor Pritzker is focused on what he was focused on during the first Trump term, leading our state with competence instead of chaos. Homan, by the way, was acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement during Trump's first administration and is known as the architect of the Trump administration's zero tolerance policy. Scott?
I want to make one quick statement. I find it very offensive that anybody would compare any federal employee, frankly, to someone who, the Gestapo or running Nazi concentration camps. That is.
Now to the latest on the crisis at the southern border. Incoming border czar Tom Homan is accepting Texas's offer to use their land to help with President-elect Trump's mass deportation efforts.
As News 4 SA's Matt Roy explains, some people think it's just more political theater.
Less than 3 weeks after Texas Land Commissioner Don Buckingham offered the incoming Trump administration 1,400 acres of land in Starr County to aid their mass deportation efforts, incoming border czar Tom Homan revealed on the Dr. Phil show that he will certainly be taking Buckingham up on her offer.
Yeah. Is there a plan to utilize that? I'm writing the plan as we speak. I was working on it last night, matter of fact.
Homan intends to use the land for a migrant detention center, a place to hold migrants who are in the country illegally until they're deported.
They'll be moving in now. One day we have a flight to the El Salvadoran nations. The next day we have a flight to Asia. So we've been moving through.
Homan's comments further illustrating how serious Trump and his allies are about mass deportations once he retakes office. In a statement from the Trump-Vance transition team spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt, she said, on day one, President Trump will marshal every lever of power to secure the border, protect their communities, and launch the largest mass deportation operation of illegal immigrant criminals in history. Trinity political science professor Katsuya Nishikawa Chavez thinks the song and dance from Don Buckingham is all talk.
There's a lot of people, taking advantage of the media's interest and trying to grab some attention. And so what we see from the office of the land manager is something akin to political theater.
Professor Nishikawa Chavez is a Japanese and Mexican American whose grandparents were placed in internment camps during World War II. He says every time the country goes down these kinds of roads, it's always looked back with regret as a nation.
It's that situation that we've been here before. We've been ashamed of what we've done in the past, and here we go again.
Matt Roy, News 4, San Antonio.
Slow down, honey.
Hey, options.
Yeah, so let's log in. So he's talking about mass deportation. Once again, Dietrich, let me get Jeremiah 51 and verse 14. He's talking about mass deportation, right? And he told the mayor of Chicago, a brother, he told Brandon Jacobs, he said, listen, he basically told him, listen, if you get in my way, nigga, we throwing you behind in prison. He said, I'm coming to take the Hispanics. I'm kicking them out, I'm throwing them in prison. And Negro, if you get uppity, if you act up, if you get in my way, right, we gonna throw you behind in prison. I was like, wow. But he mean it. He gonna do it. Trump got him specifically for that. Go ahead, Kay.
What's crazy to me, Alec, is like you an immigrant, you an illegal immigrant yourself. Like that's the craziest thing about it. Y'all came over here, y'all didn't show no paperwork, y'all didn't do no citizenship, y'all came over here by force. And then my thing is, why is all this targeted towards our brethren, but it's not targeting towards your brethren at all? Like the other brother was saying, like y'all targeting us with the massive illegal deportation and all that, but you're not doing nothing to the Russians that coming over here, the Chinese that's coming over here, the Ukraine people that's coming over here. Nothing to them though. It's always y'all always doing it to us. Like the Mexicans is the only illegals out, the only ones over here that's over here illegally. But I yield.
Con, good point, Doc. Like the brother put on the chat, yeah, they cage them like dogs. And now this devil want to be the judge, jury, executioner, where you the wicked, you don't belong here. And like Abner said, and Abner could tell you because he drives to Canada all the time, right? And yeah, when you go to Canada, they check you for like what 1,000 things, huh?
I remember what happened last time. They done pulled me in and everything. Like I'm like, man, what I do?
Right. It's how one of them black Hebrews.
Hey, when I went into the custom thing, he looked at me because I had my my black HOI shirt on. He looked at me. He was like, cool shirt. What does it mean? I'm like, God. Like, God. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you gotta deal wisely with them. Oh, this mean God. Yeah, I ain't about to give you the answer that you're looking for. You know what I'm saying?
God, okay. Yeah, but this dude, man, he told Jake he pulled up to Chicago, had that speech with the Republicans, and told them straight up, we gonna fix every damn thing. We getting them the hell up out of here. The boldness and the pride of this devil, man. Let me get Jeremiah 51 and 14.
Wow. This is the book of Jeremiah.
Hey, Salakia. Ooh, start at verse 12, King. Start at verse 12.
Come. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 50, beginning at verse 12.
51 and 12.
Oh, sorry. 51 and 12. Set up the standard of the walls of Babylon. Make the watch strong. Set up the watchmen. Prepare the ambushes. For the Lord had both devised and done that which he spake against the inhabitants of Babylon.
Right. It says, set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon. Trump is talking about building a wall, right? Where the Lord got the wall for him. He told Issachar, you're going to build the wall. Well, the Lord got a wall for you, for America. Make the watch strong. Set up the watchmen. Who's the watchman? Us, the Israelites. We're speaking about what's going on, right? Seeing the chariots, seeing America coming down, seeing Esau losing his mind. Stock markets is crashing. Judgments, earthquakes, storms. We talking about everything that's going on. All the evils and wickedness that's happening. We're reporting it. Prepare the ambushes. Who's the ambushes? The other nations is coming together as well too. They talk about the immigrants. What about the Russians that's coming in? What about the secret spies, the sleeper cells? What about the Ishmaelites that's coming in? right? You're having war against them in their countries all throughout the earth. Well, guess what? They still got their people here, and they're gonna hate you more. And guess what? They're used as a weapon against you. You destroying their country, they could be used as a sleeper cell, as a spy against you. And they're right in the heart of your place, of your land. Matter of fact, they're American citizens now, right? So innately, you literally raised up spies in your own country of these other nations, because the Lord gonna put the spirit on them, and they're gonna turn on you, on Esau, right? It says, "For the Lord have both devised and done that which he spake against the inhabitants of Babylon. O thou that dwellest upon many waters, abundant in treasures," speaking about his money, his resources, merchandise, right? "Thine end is come, and the measure of thy covetousness." You wanted the whole earth. You wanted the blessing of Jacob. But the Lord only gave you the blessing of the sword. In order for you to get the earth, you had to kill and slaughter and steal to get. But now all your riches and your treasures, you're trying to hold on to it, you're losing it now. And one of the things you're going to lose, which is the biggest treasure you have in your hands, is the children of Israel. Because Yahweh is coming to get us out of this place. Right? But what's coming into this country? Read on.
Verse 14. The Lord of hosts has sworn by himself, saying, surely I will fill thee with men, as with caterpillars, and they shall lift up a shout against thee.
That's what he's saying about America. That's why all these people is coming in nonstop. He said, I'm going to fill this place up with men. Right? People from all different walks of life, all different populations of people is coming into America, flooding in. So-called immigrants. Haitians coming in, which are the Levites. All the 12 tribes from all different places, all throughout South America, worldwide. Everybody's coming into America. The other nations coming in. Right? And Esau's mad. He don't know what to do. But remember, it's funny. You reap what you sow. Don't you set up military bases all throughout the earth? To oppress everybody? You got a military base all throughout the whole entire earth to oppress everybody in their countries and their nations, and you interfere with their policies and all of this stuff, their elections. Hey, you said also in your what was it, Statue of Liberty? Bring me your poor. Well, they coming. Don't complain now. And how they became poor? Because you stole their resources. Don't complain now. Your judgment is coming, and the Lord is sharpening it like a sword. All right. Let me get another one. Let's see. So let's switch on to the next one. Let's see if we switch on to the next topic real quick. This is gonna be a little funny one right here. Let me get Micah 2 and 2. No. Did we get Micah 2 and 2 yet? Where they taking about violence, the oppressor? Oh yeah, we did get that one.
We got that.
Yeah, we got that, right? All right. Let me get Job 27 and 13. And then let me show this video too as well.
You say Job or Job?
Job chapter 27 and verse 13. But let me show this video first, King. Let me show this video first real quick. Let me show this. This is how this devil feel about us. No, let me show this one first. All right, this is the one right here.
What percent of the world's population is white? 63, 42, 51, 70, 40, 30 was 20, 70, 80, 24%, 70, 20, 30, 43, 24, 20, 30, 80%. Zero. What if I told you it was 7%? 7%? 7%. Only 7%? Yeah. No way. The whole world. Your white people are like top of the world. 7%. 7? What? You 7 to 8% is what? Hang on. That's not true. It's true. No, it's not. It's below 10%. Nah, that's both. Yeah. Wait. It's 7. Shit. And I'm about to be a teacher. Don't learn from me, brother. It's like in the basement. No, it's a real. It's below 10%. Some estimates put it 7 to 8%. What's this 6 on? Ozpill. Yeah, Ozpill. Yeah. Wait, post me, yeah? Yeah, let's see.
More white people died than were born in 2016. Data shows in 26 states, whites are dying faster than they're being born. Between 1999 and 2016, the number of white births fell by 10.8%. That stands at just over 2 million. Researchers suggest the reasons for this decrease are the Great Recession, a drop in fertility rates because people can't afford to have children, and a rise in mortality rates as most of the white population is aging and dying of natural causes while others are dying from drug overdoses. A demographer at the University of Texas at San Antonio and a co-author of the report says it seems that white people going under the 50% of the population mark might be happening a few years earlier than projected. Some of the states most affected by this shift are Oregon, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Florida, North and South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Michigan. Researchers are predicting by the year 2045, whites could drop well below 50% of the population. While the white population is decreasing, the census says minority populations are steadily rising.
And right now, white people are really frightened. If you don't understand the destruction of Planned Parenthood offices, and you don't understand the wall that we're going to build on the southern border of the United States, you haven't read the book, The Birth Dearth by Ben Wattenberg. Ben Wattenberg was a brilliant Jewish man who was a member of the American Enterprise Institute. And he wrote a book, the first paragraph of which says, the main problem confronting the United States today is there aren't enough white babies being born in this country. He was an advisor to presidents of the United States. He wrote the book in 1987. He says if we don't change this and change it rapidly, white people will lose their numerical majority in this country, and this will no longer be a white man's land. Now, I'm not misrepresenting this. I'm telling you almost exactly what he says. He says there are 3 things we can do to solve this. Number 1, we could pay women to have babies, as they have been doing in Western European nations for years. Then he says, and these are his words, not mine, unfortunately, we would have to pay women of all colors to have babies, so we don't want to do that. He says the second thing we could do is increase the number of legal immigrants that are allowed into this country every year. Then once again, he says, unfortunately, the vast majority of those wanting to come to this country today are people of color, so we don't want to do that. The third thing he says, and women had better pay attention to this, 60% of the fetuses that are aborted every year are white. If we could keep that 60% alive, that would solve our birth dearth. Does that sound like racism to you?
Could we use your house to trial our...
All right. So what is that video showing? The Lord is killing their birth rates. Their numbers is going down. When they said how many people all throughout the world, worldwide, dude said 7% or like under 10%, Esau was shocked. Like, what? Ain't no way in hell. Yeah, because what Esau does, they try to puff up their numbers. They'll even use Mexicans to try to puff up their numbers on their birth certificate. They'll put, instead of him being a Mexican, they'll put Caucasian. All right? They try to change the census. But that's what the Bible says. Let me get Obadiah chapter 1, King. They dying. That's why they're trying to save themselves. Fertility clinics for us and abortion clinics. No, slack it. Fertility clinics for them and abortion clinics for us. They're trying to even up the numbers. But look what's funny. Same as they caused genocide all throughout the earth and slaughtered so many people and nations, now the Lord is killing their numbers. And that's just the start. It just started. It's just beginning. All right. Let me get Obadiah, King, chapter 1.
Come
verse.
You want me from the top?
Yeah, con.
No, this is the book of Obadiah, chapter. This is the book of Obadiah, verse 1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus says the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen.
Right. And what's
Arise,
that rumor? What's the rumor? Read on.
arise ye, and let up rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
So when the Lord said in verse 2, Esau is made small among the heathen, that also means literally. Con? He's the least. His numbers is the fewest, is the least. We continue to grow as a nation. He's starting to become the minority. He always been the minority, matter of fact. That's why whatever label he is, he puts that on everybody else. When he's the red man, he puts that on Gad. Now he called Gad the red man. When he's a savage, now he puts that on Gad and say he's a savage now. Whatever he is, he don't claim it. He'll push it on everybody else because he don't want to take credit for it. Go ahead, King.
You know what's crazy is that literally we can just procreate and they done for. Like, think about it. Esau got all these weapons, missiles, chemical warfare, biological warfare. He got to do all these things to get ahead. We can just procreate, just have some babies. And that's just like a knockout blow for him. Like, just having babies. Like, we don't got to go do all that other stuff. We can just have some babies and give it about 25, 40 years. And that's it. They gone.
Hey, don't forget the drugs. That was part of why Governor Abbott, the Texas governor, one of the biggest thing he talked about when he united like half of America, the American governments, or the mayors of them and all of that stuff, was because his biggest issue was the drugs that was killing the Caucasian people. He was saying all the drugs that was being brought into the country that was killing the Caucasian people. And I'm like, that's funny. Look how the law works. All the drugs y'all brung in, y'all pushed into our neighborhoods, the crack cocaine and all of this stuff to destroy our people, our family structure, right? For the Israelite household. And look what the Lord is doing now. It's coming back against you 10 times more. And now even your own children hate you. You got a little Edomite kid that killed his moms. Even the father, the Edomite father, he gets stressed. What happened? He loses his job, or he have a bad day at work and he's mad, he's pissed off, getting his feelings. He go home, he'll kill his whole family first, then he kill himself. That's the Lord. Huh? Consistently, right? Yeah, that's the Lord. All of this is payback. And it's just starting. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, that's the part of that whole rundown of the statistics that the white woman didn't bring out. She said infant mortality, old age, but she didn't bring out the fact that Esau go home and turn his whole family into fertilizer in his mother's farm for the begonias. He didn't bring that out.
Right.
So they dying of old age, they dying of natural causes. It's just trying to make it seem like their image is so clean and pristine. Esau's out here killing his whole family, just like you said, King. They're killing their whole family and using them for fertilizer.
God. Yeah, it's beautiful, man. Go ahead, King.
I want to bring out this last point, the old age part. When I was younger, dude, I had to be like a kid, like 9 or 10. I used to look at white people, right? And I'm like, dang, why she got all them wrinkles on her face and her skin second? She looked old. And lady would be only 40. Looking like she like 85 to me. But I look at my people and they still look young. And as a little kid, I used to think like, dang, like what's wrong with white people? Something wrong. I used to honestly think something was wrong with white people, like that they age too damn quick. Like they be 19 looking like they in their 30s. Then once they hit 30, like they in their 60s.
Yeah, that's that lack of melanin, pale face, that curse of Cain. Now it's showing more and more. Hey, let me get Job 27. Job 27 in verse number 13. Their birth rates, everything's going down. Everything. Killing themselves. The drugs. Right? Even this new movement. What was it? The damn, what's that movement when the woman is talking about they refuse to have sex and they gonna be by themselves. Even them turn to lesbians.
B4?
Yeah, that right there, King Khan. What's it called?
Crap they got going on now. The B4 movement.
Yeah, I think it's B4. Yeah, that's the Lord doing that. They killing themselves.
Yeah. All praises.
All praises, man. Sister had a precept. What was it? Psalms 49 and verse 11. Yeah, that's the Lord doing that. These are all the thoughts of Esau. He thinking he's the one controlling this. I'm gonna do it. No, the Lord is the one that put your mind like that. You're destroying yourself.
Con, bring it out.
Con, bring it out. Job 27.
Oh, that song. Hold on.
Yeah, Job 27 and 13. Edomites turn into lesbians. Edomites turn into trannies and all of this stuff, or transformers. That's you creating depopulation for your own people. You're destroying yourself. And then that's why they try to push that towards us, because they want to even out the numbers. They're trying to catch up. But it's not going to work. Bring it out, King.
This is the book of Job, chapter 27, beginning at verse 13. This is the portion of a wicked man with God, and the heritage of oppressors, which they shall receive of the Almighty.
Now remember, when in Genesis 27, remember, when Esau prayed and asked his father for a blessing, what was his blessing?
Fat of the land.
No, Esau blessing. He only had one blessing.
You talking about the sword, right? Warfare, right?
Khan, there you go. The sword, right?
Huh?
So Esau's blessing was the sword.
In here, looking
Right?
little.
Slocky, please mute your phone, please, the water. Right? So Esau's blessing was the sword. What did Yahweh Shah say about the sword? What did he tell Peter?
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Not by the sword.
Exactly. So what's happening to Esau? Your own blessing. God. Yeah. Your own blessing is your curse. The same way you slaughtered people to get what you wanted with your weapons, your sword is the same way it's going to be used to destroy you. God?
God.
His blessing is the curse. Because the thing with him is that he think he's the only person that know how to use a gun. Do you know what Gad was doing once they learned how to use a gun? Do you understand who the marksmen were? People like Bass Reeves, who were the first sheriffs, the original cowboys. And the word cowboy was a mockery. Right? Didn't Esau used to call us boy? Instead of calling us a man, he called us a boy. Where do you think the term cowboy come from? Because remember, us as Israelites, part of our spirit is what? Shepherds. Right? Part of the flock ties into what? Like the cows, the ox, the cattle. Right? Part of our job was dealing with the cattle, dealing with the cows. And they called us cowboys because we was the one that was taking care of the cows. But the way we took care of the cows, we had some style with it. That's where you get that country sport. What is the person on the horse?
Rodeo.
He got the whip, huh? Rodeo, right?
Your lasso.
The lasso, right? Yeah, I forgot the name of the sport. It's a sport that is called today. I think I forgot what it's called. But the black man is the one that created that. And there's a video of it. It was a skinny brother. This man, listen, man, that man had that damn rope, spin that rope, caught that damn bull by the foot, tied it up real quick, flipped it over. Skinny ass Jake. Flipped it over and all of that, tied him up real quick, and then untied him real quick and act like it was nothing. And Esau just looking amazed, like, what the hell? Everything we do, we put some style to it. We put some flavor to it. We make a sport out of it. Right? And with the Cowboys, there's a book called The Black Indians. I got that book. They even did a movie about it. It's called The Harder They Fall on Netflix. That joint is fire. That movie's called The Harder They Fall on Netflix. It speaks about the Cowboys. They were all black. Basically, Gad and Reuben, it was all black and Hispanic. Right? And it was nice with them guns, man. Pistols and all of that, quick draws and all of that stuff, styling. You had
Shalom.
Gad who created Shalom Elder.
Yeah, I text you out.
Okay, Khan. Right? You had okay, Khan. All right, so I think that was it.
You want me to bring out 14?
Yeah, bring up 14. We'll close it out on that.
Come on.
Depopulation.
Job 27:14. If his children be multiplied, it is for the sword, and his offspring shall not be satisfied with bread.
Right. The Lord gonna kill them. That's depopulation right there. They try to have children, and the Lord is killing them. It's for the sword. Right? In Deuteronomy 30:7, it says, the curse that was put upon us shall be put upon our enemies. So the Lord is bringing judgment, man. So, Israel, just hold on, keep the commandments, pray, fast, stick together, gather together, nation out desire. We all we got. More unity, and watch the Most High destroy them. The more we gather, the more Esau is being divided. Khan?
Khan.
Yeah. Kwame Shala.
Corn shop.
Woman Charlotte. Khan, Kwame Charlotte. Shema Mashiach Yahushua.
Yeah.
All praises. Great lessons by the brothers. Great lessons by the brothers, man. So y'all got a double dose today. I'm not gonna do another lesson. The brothers covered a lot of ground, a lot of current events, news stories. Hope y'all was taking y'all notes. If you didn't get all the notes, go back over the video and get your notes in. And beautiful lessons by both of our caps of Philly and Illinois, Kasaja and Ariah. All praise to the Most High, the Mashiach Yahushua. Great edification. Khan? All right, so we got real quick, get Ephesians 4:12, and then we're gonna do announcements and close out. But I'll let y'all know when to cut off the YouTube live. All right, you can keep the live running, but when we get to the announcements and camp business, we can cut it off. Somebody get Ephesians 4:12 real quick.
This is the book of Ephesians, chapter 4, verse 12. For the perfecting of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Christ.
Right, that's what we're here for, man. For the perfecting of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Yahushua. All right, so Ariah and Kastaja, they brought y'all some beautiful points and information. Of course, linked it up with scripture and current events. So all praises. Read on. Verse 13.
Come, 13. Till we all come in the unity of the faith and of the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ.
Right. So that's the two of the main things that we're trying to become. We're trying to live up to that stature of HOI Shabbat, and we're trying to come into the unity of the faith. All right. That's the two main things. One of the two main things, or two of the main things, Salakia, that we should be focusing on these last days. Measuring up to Mashiach and coming in the unity of the faith. Read on.
That we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of doctrines out here, man. Keep it simple. Keep it according to the scripture. Keep it thus saith the Lord. Carried about with every wind of doctrine. Right? Come on.
By the slay of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive.
And a lot of these doctrines is to deceive you, man. Is the cunning craftiness and is the sleight of men. They're not sincere. They just want to teach some new breakdown or doctrine because they lie in wait to deceive. They got their own agenda. It's not what's best for the edification of the body. All right, go ahead.
But speaking the truth in love may grow up into him in all things, which is the head, even Christ.
Right, see that? So we got to speak the truth in love. We got to teach this word and do this work in sincerity and truth and out of love. Go ahead.
From whom the whole body fitly joined together and compacted by that which every joint supplieth.
That the body fitly joined together. Everybody got a part in the body. So the body got to be fitly joined together. Everybody got to do their part. Okay? All right, read on.
According to the effectual working and the measure of every part, maketh increase of the body unto the edifying of itself in love.
That's what it's about, man. Make an increase of the body to the edifying of itself in love. So that's why we have these unity mandatory Shabbats. Brothers and sisters should always want to come on here and be edified, get this information, get these current events. You know, a lot of brothers and sisters chime in and give different, you know, other things you heard in the news or precepts or whatever the case may be. So that's what it's about. So make sure, brothers and sisters, as you're under the body of HOI, make sure you participate with these mandatory monthly unity Shabbat classes and all the classes we have throughout the week. So you can get the edification and love under the body. Khan?
God.
All right, so the next mandatory unity Shabbat class for all of HOI will be, let me get it now. It will be Shabbat January 11th. Shabbat January 11th. Khan? Everybody put that down. Shabbat January 11th. That will be the next unity mandatory Shabbat class. And you have no legitimate excuse, be on the class. And pay attention when you're on a class. Have your Bible, Apocrypha, your notepad out. Take meticulous notes. If you missed something, go back over the video and put your notes down later. All right, if you relaxing for the Shabbat and you're just listening, make sure you're going along with the class. You have I know I always say it, but you binge watching your favorite camp in the background and the class is going on. You're not being edified. You got 1,000 things going on around you and you're not paying attention to the class. And a lot of y'all slip up and come off of mute and we be hearing all kinds of stuff. Well, damn, is this brother paying attention? Is this sister paying attention? So be mindful of that. Respectful to the teachers. You're coming on here to be edified and learn so you can eventually teach others. Even sisters, you can teach other sisters. Khan? All right, so put that down. Next Shabbat, Unity Shabbat class will be January 11th. Shabbat, January 11th. If anything changes, I will at least try to give y'all a week or two advance notice. All right. Sometimes we might be traveling or something and it's not convenient to get on, but tentatively January 11th will be the next date for the mandatory Shabbat class. December 24th at even. December 24th at even. December 24th at even will be the opening of Hanukkah Feast of Dedication 2024. December 24th, so-called Christmas Eve. Hanukkah Feast of Dedication 2024.
There's a gift for everyone at JCPenney.
Uniformity.
Storage is to an extra 50% off.
Hello. See, case in point. There we go. Somebody got something about 50% off. You're not listening. You're not paying attention. All right, I don't know who that was, but come on, y'all pay attention and put your phones on mute. All right, we making major announcements. The 50% off will be there later. All right, and I don't know what exactly is going on, but 9 times out of 10, that's a sign that you're not paying attention. You got something else playing in the background or whatever. Come on, y'all, let's get it together. Let's be respectful. But anyway, the color scheme is camo. Y'all know we do camo every year, but it's potluck camo this year. You can wear any color any color camo. Doesn't necessarily have to be green. If you want to do green, knock yourself out. Potluck camo will be the uniformity. And every state try to do that because I want to do a collage of pictures from different states under HOI and countries. Okay, all right, sis, it's all good. I don't mean to get on you. Actually, y'all put 50% off deal. Y'all got jokes. Okay, Sister Lakia. I didn't mean to bark on you like we used to say back in New York. I didn't mean to bark on you, sis, but it's all good. It's all good, sis. But yeah, so if you're in HOI NYNJ Philly, we will be out in East Orange at our little regular spot with OG. Every other state, city, country, make sure you got no excuse this year unless you're celebrating Christmas, goddammit. Or unless you just got a job that you just have to work, you even work on holidays, or you're trying to get that double time, overtime, triple time, whatever, time and a half. But you should be gathering in your city somewhere. Shouldn't be no excuse. Stop the laziness, the slothfulness. I don't feel like driving. I don't feel like cooking. I don't feel like getting up. I'll just watch it I'll just watch the live. Get your butt up and fellowship with your fellow brothers and sisters. You don't have a legitimate excuse or an emergency. All right. Don't worry about who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. Or I'll go if their brother going to be there, or I'll go if this sister go. Don't worry about that. Make sure you there. Khan?
Okay.
Oh.
All right. You're not really there for who's there or not going to be there. You there to serve the Most High. Sister Nina asked for fellowship in DC area. I'm pretty sure Karadazar and the brothers are putting together something in the DC area. Contact Karadazar, his wife. Contact them. They should be putting something together in the DMV area. All right, Sister Nina asks. Yeah, so the closing of Hanukkah, that's the that's so-called New Year's Eve. That's December 31st at even. You should be at that. All right, and don't just concentrate on the opening, try to do the closing also. All right, we understand if you got to rent an Airbnb or a venue, whatever, do it at somebody's house. If all else fails, then look, we couldn't come together. We just going to be on the live. but make every effort. You're not celebrating Christmas. You're not celebrating New Year's. A lot of y'all might say, well, I don't want to come out that night, and the Most High will protect you. The Most High will protect you. Don't use that as an excuse. New Year's Eve, there'll be a lot of demons out. There's a lot of demons out all the time. Demons, like the demons, only wait till New Year's Eve. They out all the time. I understand maybe if you have to take public transportation and the drunkards, but the Most High will protect you. Khan? All right. We also know it's the cold season, but you're not leaving your house to go stand in the cold. We do that when we go to camp. Let us worry about that. Oh, it's cold out there, Elder. You're getting in your car or on whatever transportation you're taking. You're getting in there and you're going inside to keep the Feast of Tabernacle. You're not going to keep the Feast of Dedication. You're not going to stand outside. We're going to do the lesson outside. So don't use the cold as an example. You're going from one place indoors to another place indoor. You might be in the cold for a few minutes in transition, but that's it. Don't use the weather. Unless it's a damn blizzard and you can't drive, no trains are running. It's damn 5 feet of snow, whatever. Everybody's snowed in. There's nothing you can do about that. So don't use it's cold, Elder, so what? We gonna have you eating your damn plate of food out in 20-degree weather? No. You're going from indoor to indoor. So don't use the cold as an excuse. Khan? Yeah, Israel killed me with that. It's that weather. Listen, if it's bearable, if you can get through the weather, you're going to another indoor location. We got heat. There's heat. As long as we keep the damn door closed. But, for any state or city. So, Feast of Dedication, garment and color scheme is camo, potluck camo. Any color camo for this year. That's for the opening and the closing. You can switch it up for the closing. Wear one flavor for opening, a different one for closing. We do camo because it's a season of warfare, or whatever. Like I said, if you're in NY and J Philly, contact me or Brother Baruch. Get your offerings in, whatever you can afford. We're trying to maybe rent a vehicle to help some people with transportation, an extra vehicle. I know Barazal asked about could somebody give him a ride because he wants to come. So I'm going to get with Baruch about that this week coming up. So yeah. Oh yeah. So that concludes the Shabbat part just for the live. Kasaj, you can cut off the live on YouTube. Shabbat Shalom.